It's just a state of flux. Too much but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright. Thought you'd build us up, mold us out of dust and save the world that way. Hoped it was enough to justify the loss of every choice you made. I know you thought you gave it up, poured it into us and out of your reserves. And now you're looking back thinking losing what you had was never worth this hurt. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, whoa, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change, so close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. Looking to yourself like you're someone else that you don't have to love. Picking at the wounds, looking for the proof to justify the cause. Feels like everything is past, slipped out of your hands like it was never there. But look at what you made, in the darkest place I will be standing there. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, whoa, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change, so close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of flux. Too much but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright. It's just a state of change, so close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time.
I said a lot of things that you never should say. Told the bitch one thing, stop drinking lemonade. I put that juice in my cup, sauce on everything. You know what's up, I boss everything. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's a ride, I'm saying it's a ride. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's a ride, I'm saying it's a ride. She say, wait, sweet like a lolly. Say, wet like a wave. Me, my nigga brother. Say, her thing is proper. She like to pull up and drop it. And when she jump on it, she do it faster like Sonic. And just so good, man, I don't wanna stop it. So when man, I call it quick. You know she down, right, on it. Your bitch, she want it, cause I got it poppin'. She no, stop it. We go, on it, no. I might give her something, no, no, no. I might give her something. She call me hot stuff, Baker. I took her out west like Laker. Had to put the flow on major. The key got Cali going crazy. The sea got things all wavy. You see me at the river with your lady. Now we eating ice with the brunch. Man, I got the sauce, got the gravy. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright.
I need more honey, be well than a jet ski. Head legendary, well than a dream. Yeah, jeez, Gucci legendary. I need better be well than a jet ski. My head looks like Angela, like Pamela. Make it the camera. I'm WBW handler. And I run the game like a manager. I tell these Akis I don't play though. Need it done when I say so. I'm the one, my shit fuego. I don't play. Cause if I see something I like, I get digits on sight. Hey, rock that booty on night. Hey, day like Sprite. Hey, it's devastated I left, cause I know what she like, She know what's next. Yeah, keep that you on ice.
Hey, call me hot stuff, Baker. I took her out west like Laker. Had to put the flow on major. The key got Cali going crazy. The sea got things all wavy. You see me at the river with your lady. Now we eating ice with the brunch. Man, I got the sauce, got the gravy. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright.
I need more honey, be well than a jet ski. Head legendary, well than a dream. Yeah, jeez, Gucci legendary. I need better be well than a jet ski.
They talking about me cause they never been relevant. Haters will copy, but I'm never done stunting trick. Watch when I walk into a room, it gets lit. And since we talking about my girl, I drop a couple of hits. My daddy Laramie, granny my grandma Reek. Go mix that west side with that south to get that cocky heat. I'm country fat that like my money blue and loud strong. Do not care what you do, where you been or who you know. I go for mine, don't waste no time, and I ain't never stopping. I got moves to make and I'm bad. I work hard and show it. I sell hard, got hard bars, got bad girls sipping my way. Imperial about the acres, don't give a damn about the haters. I stay fly and stay live, I'm serious about my paper. I look good in that grind, and I grind. Come for mine, why you trying, I look good, and I grind, come for mine, why you trying, Where my ladies who be stacking that paper, where my ladies who be stacking that paper, spit your game, show you got drive in that flavor, get it girl, don't lose all of your favor. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper, where my ladies who be stacking that paper, spit your game, show you got drive in that flavor, get it girl, don't lose all of your favor. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. Bad little bunny getting money, it's a competition. Steph Curry up the backboard. I ain't worried about it, come up, chef certified star. Wanna win that work for it. I'm the one they love, don't trip, I'm fucking amazing. I'm the one they love, don't trip, I'm fucking amazing. I just came home, now I'm back in the groove, when the ride till the wheels fall off. Never get lost in the sauce, matter of fact, I stay getting mine like my legs blown off. Hot like Hades, it's amazing how much I'm gonna leave here for my babies. How could I ever lose my head? I'm on a path to its blueprint checks. Crossing the leg, interwoven flows. Energy steadily hot to the bullets. Critical that all my girls get paid and they're good from now to the end of the day. I look good, Spit your game and show you dropping your flavor. Get it, girl, don't you lose all your paper. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game or you got dropping your flavor. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your favor. No.
Somewhere so far from pain. I feel it, she's gone. Dead and so unfamiliar. I feel it. My love, inside my blood, inside a soul will lead to her. Buried in my head. Tell me what you're here for. There's no answer, and I believe the dark tells me what you're here for. 'Cause I know. Hey la la la, you got to believe it, la la. Finding the way out, la la. If I lead the way out, na na, the way out, na na, lead the way out, la la. I'll follow you, my love, follow you too far away. Takes my life. I'll follow you, my love, but you seem so far away. Tell me what you're here for. There's no answer, and I believe the dark tells me what you're here for. 'Cause I feel the same alone, yeah. Hey la la la, you got to believe it, la la. Finding the way out, la la. If I lead the way out, na na, the way out, na na, lead the way out, la la. You got my wrist locked in chains. On the track, here comes the train. I look at you, we're both the same. We're always so bad, with no one to blame. Wrapped up before we are dead. Let me scream and shout. Let me dig them. Easy way out, easy way out. All I want is an easy way out. All I need is an easy way out.
my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me. All my girls bossy, rock with me, I'm a savage. All my girls bossy, if they want it, they can have it. I ain't leaving till I get the bag, babe. Rock with me, all my girls with me. All my girls bossy, rock with me, I'm a savage. All my girls bossy, if they want it, they can have it. I ain't leaving till I get the bag, babe. Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me.
on a solo thing, on a solo thing. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once. Shy one. Who would have thought you'd be shining? Come a long way from the doubt. Days on the house from a dangerous route. From a place where the angels are blazing for hell. No one's able to count the amount of pressure imposed that they're only able to palpate. Breed demeanor, run at me like Pisa. So on the street like Fila, gotta roam like Caesar. They take notes to get noticing. You ain't fit for this, and you're noticing. Like a bad breeze that I'm noticing. No words for ya, like the opening. And you know my thing, get the solars in. That's my lights and stars on a solar thing. I got my own drag, what's it got to show for him? Been in the deep end, no I'm not known to swim. Career can never be curtains, control the strings. Splash, years of focusing. To my back and I'll still be soloing. On the Hendrix flex, bending fresh. Step right to the stage, ending next. You can never face me, I'm the effect. I made the flip, coming down to get left. I made the pick and show the sound blessed. And make all the noise to earn my respect. Never tone down just to stick in heads. Everybody on haze, I'll be missed instead. Miss me with the madness. Rather be insane and average. Don't mistake my silence for inactive. My life with or without cameras. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once. People talk not, but no act on it. Say one thing, then go back on it. If it's stored up, you can't stack from it. When it's en route, you got a map from it. Income, no other traction hits. Too many man got a fraction it. And I'd rather be a lone wolf, cause if it's show wall, I got a factory. Mastering what your man's not managing. No stains, they're vanishing. Embarrassing. See you tooled up, blocking your own work. Who let the spanners in? Your envy is flattering. Still under pressure, enough panicking. I can tell them lot of blood related. Can't move to us, see the mannequin. Why I move on my ones? Didn't wanna help, so I grew on my ones. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Too many men, I got a slew on my ones. You never blew on your ones. Wouldn't have a clue on your ones. Don't need in a man, I know P's and Q's on your ones. I'm anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. Don't dance in shoes to get spun. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Again, like, do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. Don't dance in shoes to get spun. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once. Come through once, going out to make tunes more once. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more once. Show them what I can do more once.
My flight leaves early in the morning. I got no time for taking the stairs. I can't promise that I will write back, but then again, knowing me, I'd do it for years. Oh, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Oh, you want it to be. You couldn't find it in me, so I'm going without you.
It's just a state of flux. Too much but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright. Thought you'd build us up, mold us out of dust and save the world that way. Hoped it was enough to justify the loss of every choice you made. I know you thought you gave it up, poured it into us and out of your reserves. And now you're looking back thinking losing what you had was never worth this hurt. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, whoa, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change. So close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. Look into yourself like you're someone else that you don't have to love. Picking at the wounds, looking for the proof to justify the cause. Feels like everything is perfect.
Impunity so off in their attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it. Here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
The nade.
And again,
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Garena Call of Duty Mobile's Singapore Championship. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Beef Mommy, and all of this action is brought to you by Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, the best mobile phone that you can pick for yourself up if you want to get serious about your gaming.
Speaking of serious gaming, we've been seeing such amazing gameplays the past 2 days, and we are down to our third day. It is do or die, and out of the 8 teams that we had from the start of day 1, we only have 4 left, AJ.
Oh, just 4, and 4 potential series in here for us today as well. I am really looking forward to having a second grand finals, 2 back-to-back. There was so much of controversy the very first time the format like that came into Garena. We saw a couple of upsets, we can say, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but this time round, is it going to be a all-out victory, or will one of the teams find a way? Will one of the teams find a way to make a late comeback in there? Because the only way to trigger the second grand finals beef today is if the winner of the lower bracket finals goes up to the grand finals and wins that match. If they win that match, then ALMGHTY get a second shot at the title.
And that's why Almighty is really comfortable sitting at the top of the upper brackets. Just because if they lose one, it doesn't matter. Everything's just going to restart. So the team that's going to be coming in from that lower brackets going into the top, they have double time. They have double the pressure, just because not only do they have to, get rid of 2 other teams, they have to beat Almighty twice.
Yeah, they have to beat Almighty twice, or the number of series that they have to go through, gruesome, against the best of the best in Singapore. That in itself, saying that sentence out loud tires me already, Beef. So hopefully all of these players have got the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III on their hands, because it's just gonna make that whole experience so much better, right? Now, you see, I've had the phone on my hands for a few days, and all I've been doing is just sitting down and playing games on it. I haven't been looking into it properly. I haven't been looking at the technical specs of it. And I've been saying the phone is light. It feels like it's about 300, 400 grams. And I actually went yesterday and looked at the specs. This little baby here is 186 grams.
What? That is so light. That's absolutely crazy, especially for all those pro players that are really using that gyroscope. Just because you're going to be doing this and that, you're going to be flipping out everywhere. And you know what? Garena is really known to using gyroscope. And every other region is always baffled. Like, why does Garena always use this? That is the reason why, because you have more of an advantage. And if you have a phone like the Xperia 1 Mark III, it's going to make you even have an easier time.
Absolutely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's take a quick look at the qualified teams who stand here. Like Beef said, we started off with 8, and right now we only have 4. Walk us through who they are, Beef.
And here we go. Out of the 8, 4 have fallen. And the ones that actually rise up to the occasion, we have none other than the almighty Cloud, Esat, Impunity, and Gaijin Rogue. These 4 teams, they really showed up. And these 4 teams, we've already known them. We've seen them in the scene already, especially going to the side of Almighty. They're known to be the best of the best here in Singapore. And so all of these 3 teams, they want to take that title away from them. And not even that, it's not going to be easy, just because Almighty has been doing so well in this competition, having 100% win rates all across the board.
And it's just unfortunate for whichever squad steps up into the grand finals to take on the Almighty, because, I mean, fighting it off against the big squads here at the Singapore Championship is already crazy enough. And then to take on the gods of Call of Duty Mobile SG, even crazier. Let's take a quick look at the brackets, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and break down the matches, how they will happen, exactly what will happen and when. To kick things off today, Gaijin Rogue will meet Impunity, and then the winner of that match will move on to the lower bracket final, Beef. And of course, at the lower bracket finals, Cloud Esat waits for them as a potential... I don't know, right? Because Cloud Esat is pissed as well, because they had to drop from the upper bracket finals into the lower brackets. They've got a lot to prove for themselves as well. So for either Gaijin Rogue or Impunity, it's not going to be easy to take this fight.
You're absolutely right. And I'm really sad to see that either Gaijin Road and Impunity is going to be going away so early into this matchup. And we already said that Gaijin Rogue is probably one of those teams that can really go onto a fight with Almighty. But we saw that yesterday. Didn't quite happen. I mean, in day one, they did have that fight, but then a really easy 3-0 sweep by the Almighty. But every single one that actually got to meet Almighty always got 3-0'd. But then Cloud Esat, I feel like the reason why they're at that lower bracket final is because they were able to kind of go up against not really strong teams. Day one, they were able to go up against, you know, Code Red, 6 Ducks, and day two, Almighty. So I feel like they didn't really get to have that much type of competition, just because Impunity and Gaijin Rogue, that is the real competition. And honestly, in terms of skill, they're a little bit more even.
That's a very, very fair way to look at that. And, you know, looking at Impunity matching up against a squad like Gaijin Rogue, this is a rematch, right? This has happened in the past, and 3-1 was the result. So this is second chance for Impunity to come in here and prove themselves second time round, move on into the lower bracket final. So many stories can unfold, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But what is all this drama for? Let's take a quick look and see exactly what the squads are fighting for.
Oh, but then before that, we're going to be taking a look at our schedule for today. And obviously, you've already seen the bracket, Gaijin Rogue versus Impunity, the showdown. Basically, the rematch that a lot of these folks have been looking forward to. And whoever gets to win this, it is going to be up to Cloud Esat to take the challenge. We already know Impunity got to have one map down. They were able to really win that search and destroy against Gaijin Rogue. So I'm really looking forward to how Gaijin Rogue will actually go in and respond into search and destroy. We already know Gaijin Rogue is going to be really good in those respawns, but it's really up to both of these teams, just because they're at the very ends of the spectrum, with Gaijin Rogue really winning the respawns and Impunity with those non-respawns. Cloud Esat, on the other hand, a little bit more balanced, but like what I said a while ago, they really didn't get to have a bunch of really strong teams, and the two teams that they actually got to go against is basically out of the competition already. So this is the real fight that Cloud Esat wants, whoever is going to be coming up from that lower bracket round one.
Absolutely. And here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the prize pool has grown, and therefore production is just teasing me, telling me that they want to bring it out, but just not showing it to us, right? Because this is more than definite worth waiting for, Beef. 20,000 Singapore dollars, and the grand champions, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile, maybe for Singapore, might be able to touch this, but the challenge most definitely will be coming through from those other squads.
Absolutely. This is no joke. 20,000 Singaporean dollars. Goodness, you can do so much of this one. And whoever is actually going to be coming in from these 4 teams, they're not going to be coming out empty-handed. So still, it's effort not going to be lost. But obviously, everyone is really eyeing for that champion because not only will they be able to get 10,000 Singaporean dollars, they're going to be able to climb up the way to the top, go into that arena qualifiers just because we only have one slot going up to that World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, so much of drama has unfolded in here. Do you by any chance think we are gonna see a brand new brand take over the Singapore scene? Do you think today's the day? Today's the final day that the almighty fall, Beef?
Anything is possible, especially with these 2 teams that we're seeing right now. Gaijin Rogue and Impunity really prove to us how talented they are. And granted, yes, Impunity actually still hasn't had a chance to really go up against Almighty. They've had so in the past, but not in this particular competition. So I feel like in terms of search and destroy, again, they have a 100% win rate here. So I feel like that's their best bet into beating Almighty. But everything else, though, they're kind of having a hard time in terms of hardpoint and domination. Just only have 40% win rate. And you know what? 60% win rate for domination, that's not going to be too impressive. Gaijin Rogue, on the other hand, a little bit more even across the board. It's just the only losses that they were able to get was against Almighty. So honestly, it's anyone's ball game right now, especially going in there. Gaijin Rogue having Flash, Castle, Mythil, Mickey, and Glowy. The girls here in Gaijin Rogue do not play. They're doing so well in this competition so far.
Yeah. Absolutely. They have been whooping from day one. And like I said, right, there's something fishy about Gaijin Rogue. The way they play is so different. One time they're so dominant, and then the other games, they just pull back a little bit. But at the end of the day, they always deliver. And I think Gaijin Rogue is still hiding a lot of the prowess that they can bring into this game. And I most definitely am looking to 2 players shining the most, Mythil as well as Glowy. Glowy has been absolutely phenomenal and quite an integral reason as to why Gaijin Rogue has reached up to this point, right? But let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as to who will be taking this fight up against them. Impunity, once again, with the opportunity to get revenge. Burger B, Sky, OA, Shadow, Tofu, as well as Shafiq Afi will be stepping in. We all know that they might want to bring that search and destroy into Crossfire because it's going to be a sure win with the double snipe setup, Beef.
Oh yeah, that double sniper is going to be absolutely deadly. You're going to be having Burger Bee and Sky just having all of the angles down. So I'm really interested to see what maps they actually get to choose. Just because whoever is going to be winning that coin toss will definitely get the advantage of choosing that hardpoint and domination matchup. But then let's take a look at our head-to-head and see which players are going to be shining from both of these teams. And without any surprise, we're going to be seeing Glowy here for Gaijin Rogue. Having an average kill of 21.3, average chest of 13.7. Look at the average score, 32-61. But then on the other side, though, the response is going to be coming in a little bit more equal. We have Awais, and he's been always top fragging all over the place. Doesn't really matter if it's respawn or non-respawn, you already know that he's going to be delivering. And over here, average kill having 21.75, just a little bit more than Glowy. Average death, though, is going to be a little bit more with 19, but then look at the score. 32-42 is a little bit lower as well. So honestly, these 2 players are so evenly matched.
Yeah, so this is my problem with the head-to-head, right? These stats are across the board with all of their performance against other squads. If we were to only pull the details, the data from the matches between Gaijin Rogue as well as Impunity, I feel like this is going to be looking so different, which is the reason as to why I say all of this purely just numbers on paper. We've seen those teams go in there and show us that the game strats are all that decides. And then later on, once you pull that strat off well, what decides if or not it can be executed is the mechanical ability to overcome those gunfights. Let's take a quick look at the map we chose and see where does Lady Luck favor Gaijin Rogue. Obviously, the ladies looking that way. Operator bans, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Sparrow as well as Annihilator will get kicked out. Firing range gets removed from the equation by Gaijin Rogue, and standoff, Impunity says hell to the no to that. Walk us through the map choices here, B.
Okay, now this is going to be a very interesting position. Just because we already know Crossfire is going to be very good for Hardpoint. Now, all of these teams kind of really want to get rid of Crossfire in terms of that search and destroy. So I feel like if Impunity actually chose Crossfire, they probably would have had a better chance of winning that. But then, you already know, Impunity is going to be very good in Raid as well. And honestly, I like this, what I'm seeing here, just because I want to talk about Hardpoint for a minute. We've seen a lot of teams fall into grace in Hardpoint, knowing very well that they're going to be doing well in that first half of the game, but then at the very end, they usually just drop the ball. And for Impunity, they've won this map. They've already had a chance to actually win this. Gaijin Rogue, on the other hand, they actually lost. So this is going to be very interesting how I actually got to see this, just because Gaijin really wants to push, knowing very well that Impunity is having a win here.
Yeah, and the strategy that I see here as well, we've talked about this so many times before, only 7 maps in rotation. You take the bans on the maps that you most definitely do not want to see in there for whatever so reasons, right? But whoever who wins the coin toss gets to manipulate the outcome of the game. Why do I say that? We mentioned earlier on, Impunity will be looking to pull in Crossfire for that search and destroy. Gaijin Rogue winning that coin toss immediately pulls that map away from them. That double snipe setup, the main map, which Impunity would have preferred to take that search and destroy, now has gone off of the list, and they have to fall back to their second option, Raid. And you know, you and I both know how Gaijin Rogue is on Raid, right? They will be able to deliver no matter where you put them. This is the squad that has had each and every single one of their gameplay sorted out in their heads, and they execute it to perfection. Impunity from the get-go is at the losing end here. They've got so much to work for, Beef.
Well, as much as I really want to say that Gaijin Rogue is going to be able to perform here, they actually lost one Raid Search and Destroy, and Impunity won that. It's basically the rematch that everyone's been waiting for, just because Impunity really beat out Gaijin here, really just taking out a map for them. But then, you know what, with that considered, I really just want to see what is going to happen for all of these matches up. Especially, we're going to be seeing Gaijin Rogue just here chilling like a villain. You can already see they're going to be having their really serious game faces on. You already know that there's going to be one more play. I'm not quite sure who's going to be missing over here, but then Gaijin Rogue, they've been so impressive in this competition so far. Like what we said in the past few days is like they probably have the most chance to actually probably get a map from ALMGHTY.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not going to be pleased that we called them ladies earlier on, but it's okay. That's exactly how it glows down most of the time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got Impunity on your screen here as well. These boys are very, very serious in terms of getting this victory. They know their opportunity to shine, the opportunity to take the spotlight back from Gaijin Rogue is here. But it's do or die moment for both of these squads, right? The one who wins moves on, the one who loses goes out. So everything is on the table. Let's see exactly who gets the better side of it.
The better side of the coin toss, and Gaijin Rogue just seems to have that today. That luck is on their side, but what's important is what they use with that luck. And so far, I'm not quite sure if they use that luck to their advantage, but you know what, hopefully they'll be able to pull through. And I know Crossfire is going to be such a tricky map, especially for a match number 1 here for our hard point, just because a lot of things can change, like what we mentioned a while ago, right? Everything can just really just switch at a snap of a finger, especially going into P3, going into P4. If you don't get that setup in P4, best believe you need to go and rotate into P5 already. And into P1, we've already seen a lot of teams kind of do the same mistakes and not really capturing butchers, which is such an essential power position.
Yeah, so the game is interesting in a way where we've seen players not necessarily go in for the 4th hardpoint at Taylor Shop, but just focus mainly on winning the game at the central building itself, right? That is the place where you start off strong, and that's potentially the place where you can finish off strong as well. But I do agree with you, Beef. Taylor Shop, the hardpoint number 4, can be used as a game changer. And the similar thing can be said for Laundry as well. We've seen so many times as to how the spawn at Gorilla Base just changes the situation, where it allows whichever team on the backhand to be able to come right back into the game. Whether or not those spawn resets will be happening as all of those hard points are picked up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will see. In the meantime, do not forget, your comments will be read out at the end of this broadcast. So make sure you go into the comment section on no matter whichever platform you're watching this on right now and share some love for your squads.
And just like that, we are going to be going into our first hardpoint crossfire match. But you know what? Every series, we're going to be bumping it up. Every after series, we are going to be showing a comment. Not just that, every single series, man. We just been doing it at the very end of the show, but that's going to be even more special. But you know what? Let's get into the action right now, AJ.
Oh, yep. It's going to be high pace and Impunity picking up all of the important spots. They are fighting for Butcher's Fist. As you can take a look at the mini-map, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, now only Bus Station will be handled. A player moving up fourth. Kaso will be able to eliminate everyone that stands before him. Even Tofu gets taken down. Impunity leading 23-3. And the fight for that hard point is still bright and alive. Here comes that comeback from Gaijin Rogue, but very, very little bit of effort can be continuously brought in here, Beef, because of all of those players continuously stacking themselves up. And look at all of those power positions. Hold on. They've already gone in for the rotation as well.
Oh, and even though we actually saw Gaijin went in there really early, sadly, they weren't able to actually go in for there. They weren't able to go and defend it really well, as Impunity just went in there really, really quickly. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a fight, though, as 2, no 3 members are going to be spawning off, and now it's going to be the favorable spawn for the side of Gaijin, but no, it's going to be too hard to go and infiltrate.
Oh, absolutely, man. Let's take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as to how this will continue, because the squads seem to be so on the ball, but only one team picking up all of the points. Impunity just so dominant, and now Gaijin Rogue moving in, Mickey getting shut down again and again and again. One main reason to why Gaijin Rogue cannot take this hard point. Power position hole. Corner building is being dominated by one player for the side of Impunity. Shafiq is an eliminator. Shafiq is an absolute dominator. Hard point for Impunity. And off to the laundry we will move to in about 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Gaijin Rogue knows how important this is. Let's see if Impunity will be able to play the game of spawn reset.
You are absolutely right with that corner building control. You need to have that for that P2, and sadly, Shafiq was just too much of a power position holder. You already know he's always going to be winning all of those gunfights just because he's so talented with whatever gun he's holding. Not only that, he knows when to go in and go for the objective, and for that anchor position is so important for him to actually go in and take. And right now, we are going to be in P3 and Laundry. It's going to be so hard for them to actually go and infiltrate, but you can see here, Gaijin is actually having a really solid hold.
Look at them. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the first thing they do is they take the spawn. Look at those players moving into the gorilla base, and now the gorilla base is the spawn point of Impunity. But the problem is the defense that's being stacked here by Gaijin Rogue. Absolute impregnable defense, and they will be able to dominate Laundry. Impunity pulls the right decision. They will back away into the tailor shop. This is perfection in terms of hardpoint. This is Impunity at their best. This is your Singapore Championship. Let's see exactly how they go in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 5 more seconds, and Gaijin Rogue now have an opportunity to prove themselves, but it's going to be quite difficult. Look at the setup of that sentry gun all the way in that office building just to protect Taylor Shop. Impunity perfection.
This is why you don't choose this map. The fact that Impunity already won this and they're struggling. Gaijin is struggling to actually go in and really get a hard point. And for this particular hard point, this is probably the hardest one to actually go and infiltrate. It takes a special team to go in there, and then just like that, we're going to be seeing a lot of the score streaks and the operator skills go out already. Castle with a triple kill though.
It's a 2-man because they've already taken down office building already. And now here comes the move. But the problem for Gaijin Rogue, none of their players are covering the outside area. They're very focused on one objective, and that is only the hard point. That could just be the downfall of this squad. With 18 seconds more left on the clock, this is not a fight Impunity wants to take, and they back away into the wear room so early on. Yes, they will allow Gaijin Rogue to pick those points up. Yes, they will allow Gaijin Rogue to catch up, but here's the thing. If they can defend Wear Room tooth and nail, they will be able to win this game. And that's exactly what Gaijin Rogue understands. They move in for the attack. This is an early onslaught, but here comes that backstab as well, Beef.
Oh, but then here we go. We're going to be seeing just like that. Gaijin is actually going to be able to get that hard point. The rotation is going to be so key. They were able to get a lot of those members right now of Impunity, flush them out, and really get to have the flip spawn that they really needed. And just like that, this is what we said. This is going to be the hardest thing the second half of the game. This is going to be so big for them.
Oh, absolutely, but they're not resetting those spawns just yet. They have one more player, and he goes in for the shots. Caso doing absolutely well from the background areas of the backyard. And Guerrilla Base, nobody from the side of Impunity is getting rid of him. Finally, Shadow pays him a little bit of attention, but there's just too much of cover at that backyard. This is a game played at Crossfire like I've never seen before for Hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Both of these squads, they know the strats. Both of these squads, they know this game. They know this map, and the game does not come to an end at the Ware Room. It has to go for a reset for our central building. Let's see whose head gets put on that block at Butch's.
The Ware Room, they're going to be actually having a lot of those scrap points already, but then Oasis is going to be able to get rid of Glowy. Going to be having a really, really good defensive strategy here just because everyone else is having a lot of that. You already know there's going to be Tofu over there in that particular power position that we keep talking about that we need to see Gaijin really step over. But then it's going to be another rotation going in there by Gaijin, finally getting central building, and this is going to be points trickled down. 2 more points for the side of Impunity, but it's going to be so hard to go into.
They are stacking their players up already. The comeback play from Gaijin Rogue. This was the risk that Impunity took as they let go of Laundry. This is the risk that Impunity took as they let go of Taylor Shop as well. And now 135 to 148. Impunity should be able to finish this if they can take the hard point back. But it proves to be absolutely impossible. And it's crunch time. 11 seconds on the clock. Gaijin Rogue will be able to get this clutch. They go in for the move. Cluster strike! And Gaijin Rogue take match number 1.
Impunity dropped the ball with just 2 points left, and even though they went in there for the rotation, P5 should have been their map, but no, for some reason, Gaijin was able to sneak up, get rid of everyone in Impunity, and was able to gather points in P5, and eventually, the rotation going into Central Building was just absolutely amazing. The defense was so great. 2 more points, AJ.
All through the match, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've done my best to break down each and every single strategy, so we won't be going through all of that again. Let's break down the chaos that was happening at the very end. The chaos that was happening at the very end was Central Building. The chaos that was happening at the very end did not have anyone go in for Butchers. You have strategy play when you have time. At that very end, all there was chaos. And one team that proved themselves in terms of mechanical ability. Strategy-wise, it was head-to-head, so equal on both sides. I am out of breath because that game was hot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You hit that like, you hit that share, you drop those comments so we can read them out for you series after series because the Singapore Championship is lit. And here's the question that I asked at the start of the SG Championship. What's the level like? What's the level of skill like in the competition, right? Whoa.
It's top heavy. Like, we've seen these 4 teams, they are the top. Everyone else that got in here, yeah, thanks for playing, thanks for being our practice dummies. But then you know what? It's going to be interesting to see how the teams from the past will actually go in here in the future. But we're going to be talking about the present right now. Just because we've seen greatness in this hardpoint game. Because we saw Impunity absolutely shine in the first half. But like we keep saying, you can falter so hard here in hardpoint. And we were able to see that from the side of Gaijin. And I think it's all down to the usage of your operators and your score streaks. Everything went out for that P1 for Gaijin. Cluster Strike, Equalizer, Death Machine, and for Impunity, they used everything already at the P4.
Good point that you brought up. I was about to touch on that a little bit, but not on part of Impunity, on the part of Gaijin Rogue, because there was a point where they went in to take hardpoint number 5, and it was already managed, it was already being handled by Impunity, but they managed to flush them out first. And immediately after, was it immediately? Yeah, immediately after they flushed them out, they popped a couple of smokes. And where they popped those smokes made the biggest of goddamn difference that I have ever seen in Crossfire in my life. And here's why I'll tell you, right? The Guerrilla Avenue, which is in the central area of the map, just between Laundry as well as Butchers, if you try to take the long cross around of middle lane, most of the time the smoke gets dropped there. And unfortunately, if you do go in for that play, the access through butchers will be there. We saw them park one player at backyard and he kept absolutely annihilating the rest, even as they kept popping in. This is just perfection from Gaijin Rogue that I have not seen anywhere else. I told you guys, man, something fishy about Gaijin Rogue. They are hiding their true talents from us. And this grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we might just see them step it up. Kaso opening things up. Burger B, essential player, has been taken down. Once again, Impunity would have loved to take this fight over at Crossfire, but Gaijin Rogue just playing that mental IQ game with them, and it's a 4-2 situation. Impunity still able to get their hold on Raid.
Speaking of talent, you already know that Impunity is going to be able to actually go in here, especially that this is the map that they're comfortable with, and the game mode, they are perfect. And we're not even playing it like, we're not even going to be exaggerating it. They're perfect here in Search and Destroy. They are at the likes of Almighty in terms of the skill, in terms of everything. And that is why they could possibly win this particular map mode. But then you already know, we've been... I really did say it, that it's going to be Gaijin having that really special ability to just shock every single one of them. There's something fishy happening, but we need to see it for Search and Destroy as well. First point going to the side of Impunity here in Search and Destroy.
This is going to be something for Gaijin to prove as well, because they've taken a... please ignore the marker on the top of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We will get production to fix that in a bit, because Gaijin Rogue was the one that took the victory in game number 1. But Gaijin will now have the challenge to prove themselves against Impunity once again. First time round, they've proved it with the comeback gameplay. Second time round, they have to prove it by winning a map choice of Impunity. This may be Impunity's second choice, but Gaijin Rogue will have to be careful. Mickey! Oh, Ace, just a little too slow, and the Fennec will be able to find him.
It's going to be very slow, just because Impunity person down. That's going to be very hard for them. But then another person, Casso, gets another one. Casso is always winning these gunfights against Burger B, and then Glowy with the patience, just really knowing that someone's going to be going up in that corner. And now it's going to be so hard just because we have a full sack of Gaijin folk here, and having just one more person, Shafiq, is going to be hard as Casso finishes the job. AJ, it's a back and forth, and we already know it's going to be a back and forth, and a round number 11 is going to be so great here.
Yeah, so let's see whether or not this particular trend will continue, because we still have both squads testing the waters, seeing what the strategy is going to be looking like, right? It's a game of rock, paper, scissors at the end of the day. When you are holding on to the bomb, you make a choice and you go in for the push. And that's exactly what the side of Impunity is going in to do. They bring the bomb into Bravo, but unfortunately for them, they will get shut down early on, and the numbers game will be able to give Gaijin Rogue the advantage. 4-2, the defending side solid so far, and the attacking side of Impunity only will have Shadow to go in, pick the bomb up, plant, and eliminate 4 players. In a nutshell, impossible.
It was basically Casso 3, Burger B 0. Burger B lost all of those engagements, and sadly, he's going to be probably one of the most important players for his team, really giving that information. And sadly, that rush into Bravo wasn't going to be great for them. Any kind of rush that they've been doing has been shut down by Gaijin so far. Only one shot, and that was the first round they were able to do so. But Gaijin knows, Gaijin has learned, kind of like with Almighty. Every time they play a map, and especially if it's going to be their weakness, they're going to be able to find a way to actually fix that.
Oh, beautiful smoke coming in here from Oace for getting the impregnable defense down. Oace, perfection in terms of the play, gets a double, and Glowy goes down as well, opening things up for himself. The plant will not be coming through. Burger B needs to catch up with the squad as well, and now the defensive side need to figure out how to take this play. 2 players can drop into gallery as well as Jim go in for the split, and Mithil can choose to go in for the flank through the special forces base into the garden as well, but no, they stack all 3 players towards that gallery. Let's see exactly how this plays out.
Mickey should get the information right now to Casso, knowing very well that he's going to be behind that boulder near the gunfire. It's going to be very hard for him to actually pull through. Mithil absolutely loses that gunfight, absolutely missing everything. Oasis is going to be too much for him. Burger B! Big kills with the shotty!
Oh, let's see, Kaso. It's a 3-on-1 situation. And Gaijin Rogue absolutely squashed 2-2. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is something that Impunity as well as Gaijin Rogue both expected. If anything that we have seen from game number 1 can tell, these two squads both want to go at it, and they most definitely have got the strats and mechanical abilities to take an equal fight against each other. Let's see how. What wonderful plays let them take the upper hand. Always shutting down Glowy. Flash as he eliminates Shafiq from the equation as well. This is a 4-3. Impunity now losing Sky as well. Back and forth, those bodies will fall. The attacking side do not have the bomb on them anymore.
Flash with the double gear here. Oh my gosh. He could have actually just lost that, but he was able to pull through and really having that one-man advantage for the side of Gaijin, but Burger B is going to be still alive. You already know he's probably going to be getting one pick, and he needs to get that. They're going to be having a very slow push, but then it's going to be another grenade here, probably going to be distraction that they really needed to have. They need to get that pick over here in gallery, but Casso is still going to be alive, and you know, Casso's always going to win that gunfight. Burger B needs to step up with just one kill.
It's a 2-2 situation. Anything can happen. The sniper on the side of Casso. Let's see exactly how the retrieval of this bomb comes in from Burger B. Each one that turns things around goes in, trying to spot the player, Gaijin Casso, right there in front of him. This is perfection, if you ask me, from the defending Gaijin Rogue, because they know exactly in which corners do you go in to hide to make sure Impunity will not be able to find those frags by Burger B, through Burger B. And this is the play that he comes through, exposing his position, trying to get a couple of players jumping out, and he will not be able to spot that player. Goes in blind, tries to take Flash out, but the Fennec just a little bit too fast. Death Engine drops in. Mythil makes sure that they do not get away. This is Gaijin Rogue picking up point number 3, but it's still equal as we reach that halfway point.
Impunity really tried to go in there for the pinch, but I think for the side of Shadow, he just rotated a little bit too long. And we can already see Gaijin is really fighting with aggression, knowing very well that Impunity is going to be aggressive, but then a very slow push for the side of Gaijin. They're going to be a little bit chill here, but no, Glowy with that entry frag.
Shafiq taken down early. This is going to be a problem for the side of Impunity. And let's see if or not his 4 members can turn things around. The attacking side has got more players, and this does not look good for Impunity at all. 3 players stacked into Bravo right now will be able to anticipate the bomb. They need to go through towards basketball court. And I just do not understand as to why did Impunity not try the basketball play at all. I do understand that, you know, there are a few more opening areas from the kitchen and central garden to catch them with a flank. It's a very much riskier play, but going into the square center hasn't been helping them out that much at all.
You're absolutely right. They kept on going for Bravo. And not only that, they don't play for picks. They don't clear out a certain area. And that's why they keep faltering. And that's kind of the mistake that we've seen Code Red really do, just rushing into a site. And sadly, Impunity did that. And not only that, they kept going for Bravo. It was basically predictable for them to do so. They weren't even able to actually go into a play here for Alpha. And now we have Gaijin absolutely crushing it on the attacker side.
Yeah, but I'm not too disappointed with them doing that though, because like I said, right, it's a game of rock, paper, scissors. You got to make a choice. And once you've made the choice already, it's all about how you strategize. How do you come back? If you lose a couple of men early, how do you make a play, right? And it's all about how you react to those situations that proves, if not, you are worthy to step on to the next stage of this competition. An early defensive split here coming in 3-2, 3 players stacking into basketball court this time round. The play of rock, paper, scissors from Impunity will stack them up, but this is that opportunity for Flash to knock them down.
This is why you need to get a pick first before actually committing to a site. And Flash, having that 9 kills already is going to be absolutely formidable. The only person that can actually match him up is Oace, and he's going to be having trouble, but then take some shots, but then he was able to actually take the trade.
Oh, what a play. Ace gets a quick kill, gets right out of there. It's a hit and run perfection, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 4-2. Impunity needs to make that comeback. And it looks like Gaijin Castle will be making that a little bit more difficult. Gaijin most definitely have got the mechanical skills down in all of this chaos. Beautiful nade getting popped through real quick to make sure that they do not get the flush on him. Flash with the Fennec will have to back away, and it's a CQC fight here that Sky manages to win, but Gaijin still in front in terms of the numbers game.
The pinch is going to be coming through as we see here. 3 members left for the side of Gaijin. It's going to be very hard for Burgerby as long as he actually gets to have one. He needs to find his rhythm. He only has 1 kill, and he's going to be going up against Kaso, but then Flash is going to be a little bit too fast, and it's going to be match point. Impunity is losing at their map choice, at their desired map, at their desired game mode. And this is the Gaijin that everyone was talking about, that you were talking about, AJ. The fact that what is happening in this map, what happening in this team.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I said, there's something fishy about this squad. They haven't been showing us their full prowess. I've seen so many games of Call of Duty Mobile to be able to tell whether or not those are just potato plays or just missing on purpose, right? They are trying to hide their skills. They were keeping it all for the grand finals, and good on them for doing that, because the Singapore scene is just filled with IQ plays. Everybody's constantly reading the gameplays, the strategies, how the other squads overtake situations so they can formulate the best plan to take these fights. And that's exactly what Gaijin Rogue has been trying to hide all this while. But it is about time that we see what's under their sleeves.
There's still going to be 5 people in each team, and everyone's playing it cool. Everyone's playing it safe, just because Impunity, on the other hand, is going to be having a lot of pressure on their hands. They need to have how many? 4 straight matches to win, and then it's only just 1 for Gaijin. A lot of these talks that's going to be happening, just because we already know and we said that Impunity is such going to be a good search and destroy team, and it's going to be Gaijin that's going to be able to say no to that. And Kaso and Glowy getting a lot of these kills already.
Or just dancing the tango with each other here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now 2 players will be able to take the kitchen, but Shafiq drops both of them. Impunity, if there's a reason why these guys are still in here, it's because of this guy, man. Balls on the table, always daring to take that risky play.
Shafiq was definitely that player of the game, and that round was absolutely for him to take. He was actually just there. There were 3 people in that central garden, and for some reason, Kaso just had his eyes out. If he was a little bit more patient, I feel like he could have had that pick off of Shafiq, but no. It really was that COD timing that was really unfortunate, and Burgerby, yet again, is going to be in that same area that he really likes to be in. Very slow push right now for the side of Gaijin.
Okay, the numbers game is not going to be played so early on. They are stalking each other. Earlier, that was the perfect dance of tango that I've ever seen being played at Raid. Both of those teams respecting each other, anticipating those entry points, each and every single player just picking. Oh, that was just perfection, man. That was just perfection on that minimap. I cannot wait to see more of these squads just bring in these plays, right? Not using that head glitch to his advantage. Ace is able to take down Glowy. Mickey now managing to get that response for their side, but it's still a 4-3. The numbers will favor the side of Gaijin Rogue to finish this off, and as I say that, the numbers favor them even more. Kaso, opportunity once again, goes in for the approach, but the bomb is about to be laid down in the basketball court. Let's play some ball.
Playing some ball, especially with Kaso with a shotty parry. And it's going to be very, very hard for the side of Impunity to actually go in there, as the defense is going to be so solid. Burgerby needs to make a play only with 2 kills for him. The information needs to come through. He needs to pick at least 1 more just to even things out. But then Sky does the job, and this is going to be easier for them to actually pull through.
Absolutely. This is a face-to-face battle now. Impunity, Burgerby taking Flash out of the equation. Shadow doing his part as well, and they'll try to equal things up. It's a 1-on-1. Shadow! And the fight is still on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Impunity is not down and out just yet, and they have one more round, 1 more chance to bring this to round 11. But Gaijin Rogue has an equal opportunity to put them to sleep.
Man, they should have just played for time, and I know it does really get to have a lot of pressure, especially when you really just hear the bomb tick. But then, I feel like that would have been such an easy win for Gaijin, but then we did such an amazing, amazing play for the side of Sky, really just evening things out.
Okay, now this is going to be a basketball court approach, and I absolutely love it from Gaijin Rogue. Like I said, this is going to be a much better approach. I understand getting that B is a great surprise, but that's what it is. Bravo on raid is a great surprise. You want to focus in on perfecting your alpha plant play. You want to perfect your basketball play. And here's the thing, right? The Philippines, they absolutely love basketball, and I think raid they dominate it, right? you want to go to Bravo when you're playing against a Filipino team? Yeah, maybe, because just for the sentiment, the Filipinos will plant it at the basketball court. So let's see exactly how things will continue to fall down here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Flash gets taken out by a very, very sticky grenade.
Hey, you're calling out millions of Filipinos right now who are absolutely obsessed with basketball. Caso doesn't quite get that jump shot, and Burger B very well knows that he's going to be there. Very slow push for both of these teams just because they need to make a play. But then here we go. Oasis is going to be taken down by Glowy. They already know Oasis is always going to be in that little window in kitchen, but then we need to see the trade come through here for the side of Glowy.
Okay, now let's see exactly what will happen here. The bomber just straying all alone, and it looks like the attacking side of Gaijin Rogue is all done and dusted because Impunity wants to move to round number 11. And now it's all up to Caso, the solo man. Can he pick the bomb up, kill 4 players, and get it all completed within 80 seconds? The answer is a flat hell no.
Glowy shouldn't have over-pushed with a bomb. If you have the bomb, you should never push so aggressively, just because once the bomb goes down, you already know that everyone else in your team, or whoever is left, is going to have to go in there and get the bomb. Burger B with the takedown. Now we are going to be having our round 11.
Hey, whatever we got in game number 1, we're getting in game number 2, man. This is all out action, and I want to push this into game number 5. Both of these squads deserve it. If one's going to be bowing out, they might as well take the maximum amount of airtime for themselves, right? And this is going to be a bomb rush towards that alpha side this time round, and clearly Impunity has learned from their past mistakes. But the stack onto the basketball court has not come through well for Gaijin. They respawn a little bit late, and now it's once again that dance of tango of perfection. Let's see who makes that initial mistake. I'm anticipating Shafiq to overstep his boundaries, and that might just pay off. But usually in the defensive side, this guy has got a little bit more guts, right? On the attacking side, they cannot afford risky maneuvers.
Impunity, he's going to be throwing a lot of utils over here into Alpha, making a lot of noise. But then that's the information that they need to actually take, not getting a lot of that info. They know that no one's going to be here in through Alpha, but then they still need to clear one little corner. Oasis is going to be able to actually back away from that fight, which is going to be very good just because he's going to be in a lot of trouble if he actually goes in for the overpush. Both of these teams, heavy stacking over here into Alpha, and this is a really good rotation. Look at the defense going into the side of Gaijin. They're making basically a straight line right now. They can't cross over.
Oh, game of perfection to moving for the plan. Caso, Burger B goes down, but that is a good play either way. Mickey, opportunity, manages to get the slice onto Oace, although he was already on the pro to try to catch her out. Caso brings out the shorty. Shadow goes down now, and the numbers game catching up in Impunity. They manage to get the plan. Shafiq falls, and ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, Gaijin Rogue pushes it to the end and snatches the win.
Yet again, Gaijin with the clutch. They've always clutched it out. Hardpoint 148 and 150, and now round number 11, 6 and 5. Gaijin Rogue, man, what the heck? This is the first loss of Impunity in Search and Destroy, especially in a map like Raid. That is the hardest thing to do, and I thought that Almighty was going to be able to do that, but it just seems like we might not even see Impunity in that grand finals.
Might not? I highly doubt, right? I highly doubt Gaijin Rogue will allow them to even have a sliver of hope. Look at the way they keep raising their spirits up high and slapping them down again and again. Twice now they've done this. And Gaijin Rogue is just playing a very crucial, very risky mental game here by breaking the spirits of Impunity, who have come into the day of the final day of the SG Championship fired up, right? And They are doing it to perfection, if you ask me. Impunity, this will now show how strong the teamwork from this squad is. This will now show exactly how strong the mental state of this squad is. Facing 2 back-to-back losses. On top of that, facing 2 back-to-back very, very close matches that they could have gotten the clutch. Due to their own mistakes, they have failed. It's going to be very painful, but it takes true champions to overcome such emotions.
Impunity needs to get these 2 losses and fire them up for domination. That's the only way they can actually go and pull through. This is do or die for them. If they lose this, they are out of this competition, and we are going to be seeing possibly Gaijin Rogue go up against Cloud Esat. Impunity is not going to let that happen. We are going to be seeing absolute bloodshed here in domination, but then domination is going to be the name of the game. A lot of the times, these teams kind of have a little bit of a struggle here just because they have even numbers in domination. 1 loss each and 2 wins each. But then we already know Gaijin Rogue has had more powerful enemies to actually go up against. Impunity being one of those. It just seems to be like this rematch of Gaijin Rogue and Impunity. It's always going to be that Gaijin Rogue getting a lot of these wins. But you know what? I really want to be proven wrong. Impunity needs to step it up, and I want to see that victory for domination.
I think Impunity has most definitely stepped it up. Compared to day 1, day 2, this is the best version of Impunity that we can ever find. And unfortunately, expecting more out of them will just be plain cruel because we are saying what they are giving is just not enough, right? What they are giving, oh my dear Lord, is Call of Duty mobile perfection. It's not once, it was twice that we saw the dance of perfect tango between these 2 squads. I cannot be more proud of the Singaporean Call of Duty mobile scene. They are small in number, but oh goodness me, their plays are just so impressive. They are blowing my mind, and we are not even at the grand finals just yet.
Mind-blowing gameplay. And yes, Search and Destroy, we saw that. I actually really want to watch this again just because of how interesting the back and forth was. Yes, it was a tango. It was a response. It was a dance. Just because you saw that rotation going here, okay, they were able to see some people over there. Okay, we go back over here. One person's going to be down. Better be sure that you're going to be having a trade-off. That's what we saw a lot over there. The trade after trade. And yes, Oace, I actually really want to mention Oace because he was definitely that player that really got a lot of these kills, but sadly it was just, I think, in the likes of Burger B that kind of lacked for me just because he couldn't really get a lot of those opening frags, and going up against Caso, it was just a little bit too much for him.
It's not their main map. Like I said at the start of the map vetoes, this game has already been won by Gaijin Rogue because of the goddamn mental play that they bring in. The IQ is too strong for Gaijin. There's something fishy about this squad from day 1. They were too good in some of those matches. Then immediately they flip a switch and they look so bad, right? They on in and studied Call of Duty Mobile end to end. I am very curious to know who their coach is because that guy is a friggin' genius.
That guy needs a raise because we can see such brilliance in the side of Gaijin Rogue right now. But then it's going to be another map, another way to actually go and infiltrate here. Flash with the opening pick, but then gets traded out. Really early picks here, but then it looks to be like Charlie's not going to be occupied for the side of Gaijin.
And this is going to be Impunity just opening things up, but it's all equal. This is domination. You want to take on 2 points first, but of course, as both teams go into fight for that second point, being Bravo in control room number 2, life is not going to be easy for either squad, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As you can see, the fight is hot. Bravo with Gaijin Rogue being able to step in there for just momentarily before Shadow, as well as the rest of Impunity, goes in to flush them out. Bravo is going to be the main point of contention, but a little bit of distraction gameplay needs to be pulled either or Alpha or Charlie. Either team now needs to go in for those distractions. Let's see which one it is, Beef.
Gaijin is just clearing out Bravo before even going in for the pick. Now that is going to be absolute brilliance because we already know that second floor is going to be in the point of contention here, the power position. That is going to be in that 2F is absolutely crazy. You need to have that, so you have sights on Charlie and Bravo as well, but you can already see it's going to be a full stack for the side of Impunity here.
So equal between the two, mainly because we do not have either squad taking Bravo over, but this might be the chance for Impunity. They go through, but Alpha's being kidnapped, and this is what I'm talking about. Play the game of distraction. Gaijin Rogue moving in early for such plays, and it's gonna be them that takes the catch-up gameplay and then the lead as well in a couple of moments. Impunity now, they are playing in for the Charlie. Are we gonna be able to see a prevention come through, but a 2-on-1 situation stack there from Impunity Impunity pulled off to perfection, and they still keep it very, very equally matched.
That was a very unfortunate push, and that was a really great play going in for that AC push. You already know that Gaijin is going to be that one team that will absolutely pull through with those two opposing sites. But then Bravo, they should have went in there for Bravo once Charlie was going to be infiltrated. But then it was a very heavy defense just because we already know Impunity knows very well that Bravo is going to be in the next sides of Gaijin. So the next steps is going to be able to go into that 2F, get that bar position, and probably get Charlie or Bravo again.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's see if or not those strat plays will work through, right? Bravo Charlie held on by Impunity, 43-35, not too much at all, but it is getting there. This is not a game of hard point whereby you can catch up once the lead goes on to the 50-60 point range without a lot of effort. And as from what we have seen so far, a lot of effort is a lot to ask for. Triple cap coming through from Impunity. This is very impressive for the time being, but we're not going to hype it up just yet. Why? Because Gaijin Rogue have so many times stomped on all of their emotions. This is Impunity. They need to hold on to this. Let's see how long this triple cap can last, because this is hustle time for the squad. One player, Shafiq, have to take on three at the same time. Unfortunately for him, he gets flushed out. Alpha goes right back to Gaijin Rogue. 39-70, 30 points between the two squads now.
Such solid gameplay here for the side of Impunity. They're going to be so great in that defense. And Bravo and Charlie, they're going to be able to actually get a lot of these points already. And especially going into the second half, they need to just keep doing whatever they're doing. And Gaijin needs to step it up. It is going to be do or die. That's the reason why we get to see that Impunity is playing so hard right now and so smart. And look at Shafiq with that 17 kills already. No one is even close to Gaijin. No one is even double digits. You already know that it's going to be Impunity with the gunfights ensuing. The individual gunfights is what's winning this competition.
Interesting. Very interesting. So remember what I was saying, right? What Gaijin Rogue does. They play one game, they dominate. Then they play another game. It doesn't look like Gaijin Rogue, right? And that's exactly what we are seeing here. The question is, how much longer do they want to pull this deception over the other squads? The faster you finish this off, the lesser you have to hustle. Gaijin Rogue most definitely going in for that hustle. Impunity in their own right, making it so goddamn difficult for them to do that. Pulls out the XS1 Goliath as well. Gaijin Rogue, if you want to take this easy, give us that victory. Let's push it down to match number 5. And they go in for Alpha as well. Are they going to be able to pick up that cable car platform? Hell yeah, they pick it up. 84-54. This is still that 30-point gap, and Impunity look to finish this match off.
Gaijin has no points right now. The cluster strike is going to be going down. The first half was just a little bit too much just because we saw that Impunity got so many kills already, meaning they have the score streaks, they have the operator skills, and the cluster strike is going to be going down. There are no points right now for the side of Gaijin, and a triple cap is in order. Impunity is fighting for their life, and they're basically saying, yeah, those 2 rounds, you got in there easy. We're not going to let you in here very hard.
Oh, let's see exactly what they pull off in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Because don't forget, yeah, this is Impunity. Is match where they are supposed to lose, because Gaijin Rogue picked Summit to have this battle on, anticipating a finisher here. Gaijin Rogue, I don't know exactly what's going through their minds. It is 60 to 111. They attempt a triple cap of their own. Cable car platform being pulled into the bag for themselves, but they need to move into control room number 2 as well. If they want to get a victory, a triple cap and a full-on hole of perfection needs to come through. But as I say that, Charlie! Prevention! Still coming through. The fight is on. Gaijin Rogue don't want to let this go, but Impunity stomps them down anyway and pulls the cable car platform into the bag.
Impunity always with a response, and the double cap didn't even push through so long. It probably only lasted just for 5 seconds. And again, another A push. They keep going in for A just because Bravo is so heavily contested by Impunity. They're going to be having a hard time. That triple cap needs to ensue because Gaijin is going to be losing this game. But then they're honestly, with Impunity, they're not going to make it easy for them.
I like it. I love it. I love exactly what we are seeing here. Impunity with this fight back, but only with one side left. They should be able to finish this off. Gaijin Rogue on an impossible mission here to pull a triple cap and hold it to victory all the way through. If they're able to do that, most definitely it will impress us. But Impunity's no chump squad brings out the sentry gun as well for the defense, and the cable car platform is an absolute no-go. 144 to 88. Impunity most definitely have made a comeback match, but for how long more can this adrenaline pump through their veins? We need to see the exact same perfection in map number 4 as well, and that's going to be a selection of Impunity at takeoff.
Takeoff, hardpoint, Gaijin Rogue. This is going to be such a nice treat for us to really dissect. It's going to be an absolute crazy game. You know what? I think it's going to be 150, 149 most likely, especially knowing these two matches, knowing these two teams. That domination round was just Impunity all across the board. Round 1, Impunity. Round 2, Impunity. Gaijin couldn't even get it, but then they tried. They really tried to go in there for that AC push, but sadly, they weren't able to actually go and defend those 2 points really well. The individual gunfights for the side of Impunity was just absolutely crazy. Shafiq Owais, everyone in that team just got double digits, and for the side of Gaijin, they weren't able to actually pull through with the numbers.
Why is my question. Why were they not able to match those gunfights like we saw in game number 1? Because that was hardpoint, that was a non-stop respawn mode. We could say that they preferred that map, but at the very same time, Summit was a map pick of Gaijin Rogue. So the question here is, what is the mental play that's going on here? Because clearly, Gaijin Rogue is a squad that is able to finish off Impunity, and the gap between the points this time round, I feel like once again, something's fishy. So Impunity really needs to take it slow. And the reason why I say this is because takeoff is their selection. They have a little bit more confidence, maybe because they've ground enough of hours into this particular map. And like you've pointed out a few times already, Beef, takeoff is one of those maps that you want to come in here and master, because not a lot of the other squads out there would have been spending enough time in takeoff, right? So hopefully this comes true for the side of Impunity, and I think Gaijin Rogue is just raising them up to once again smack them down.
Smack them down. And for the side of Gaijin Rogue, this map pick for Summit, I just want to talk about it really quick. Summit, Impunity actually won Summit in domination against 6 Ducks, 150 to 125. So I'm not quite sure why Gaijin Rogue actually picked Summit for that domination. It really just boggles my mind. But then, and I don't know, it's a really great response from the side of Impunity, because, okay, you're going to be choosing that, we're going to be delivering, and we're going to be smacking you all across the board with all of our numbers, with all of our kills, and this is the win that they really need to have. It's very possible that Impunity will really bring this into a game number 5 for sure, but Gaijin Rogue is not going to make it easy, just because takeoff is their playground. You need to have early rotations, and especially get that P2, get that 2F in launch base. That is the most important thing.
Absolutely right. And we need to see the squad of Impunity continuously step it up. I just didn't see any, I didn't see a lot of the usual strats that Gaijin Rogue pulls off in these matches, because they move in unison, they move in one squad. Most of the times when they try to take over a certain location, they succeed. Why? Because the execution of those plans, pinpoint, right? Perfect accuracy each and every single time. And, you know, I'm just curious as to how this next match is going to go through, mainly because it's an Impunity's map choice. I want to see how much they have dominated or how well they know takeoff, because it's hardpoint at the end of the day, right? Those rotations of the, those points itself will really depend, the mastery or the taking those points itself will really depend not on how well you control those areas, but how well you control the other power positions.
Yeah, and this is going to be really interesting, because takeoff, Impunity has already played this against anything 150 to 138. So they've known this. They're confident in this map. But then Gaijin Rogue has never played takeoff in hardpoint. They've always played it in domination, all 3 matches. So it's going to be very interesting how they actually respond to another game mode like this. Really early kills for the side of Impunity, and they're going to be trying to go and infiltrate here in 2F, which is going to be very good. Shadow's going to be applying a lot of that pressure, knowing very well it's going to be the fight here in P2.
They're taking such a straightforward fight, but thankfully there is one player for the backup here. Shafik drops in to see if or not he can flush out the other players. 11-8 is not too shabby at all from both these squads. Gaijin Rogue looking for the victory, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They already have 2 matches in hand. They need one more to move on through to the next round. 17-8, and this fight will still ensue. Those strategies are not really being pulled off, to perfection just yet. It's a very equal fight between the two. They're both holding and equal power positions on both corners of the map and picking up the points very, very cautiously, Beef.
Yes, it's going to be a really amazing case here if you're going to be able to take that P1 early on with such dominance. But you already know P1s in every map is going to be the most difficult one to actually go and pursue. But then such a strong hold right now for the side of Impunity. All reds, but then the pinch does ensue here for the side of Gaijin. Now that is the response that we like to see, and the spawn flip is going to have.
Well, Gaijin Rogue took the lead early on. I wanted to see exactly how fast they finish this off, or whether or not there will be any true dominance that steps out. Because here's the thing. If they leave this for the very, very, very final match, the probability of Gaijin Rogue winning and moving on considerably goes down, because Impunity might most probably be able to pull Lady Luck onto their side. Like I said, it's a game of rock, paper, scissors and knowing the map really, really well. Hackney Yard's not going to be an easy fight. Gaijin Rogue, I wonder if or not they are willing to take that risk, because this is just way too close to allow Impunity to make a comeback here.
But then they were able to go in for that early rotations and really just stopping and getting a little bit of scrap points for their end, actually. But then it's going to be such solid defense right now for the side of Gaijin. But then they need to have some Slayers out. They will have some OBJs inside, though, but then they need to get in spawn control, as the pinch is going to ensue for the side of Impunity.
This is perfection of a hole, but how in the world did Impunity manage to penetrate that? And the attack comes right back through, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The annoying thing about Takeoff is the spawns. The spawns are absolutely wrecked in terms of where they bring you back into the match once you fall. So when you reach to hardpoint number 3, it's just back to back to back chaos ensuing in there with those gunfights. And now the whole area filled with smoke is the best strat to pull if you are in this hardpoint, because if you cannot see where your opponents are, you won't be able to shoot them, and therefore increasing the likelihood of whichever team holding on to that hard point to continue conquering it. And Impunity does this so well. 75 now to 60, a 15-point lead. It's nothing at all in a game like Hardpoint. And as we can see, Impunity, not only do they pick all of the points here, they make that early rotation as well. And this is a place where we've seen so many of those teams falter. They hold on to the hardpoint, but they don't clear out that spawn right in front of them. And the attack, just like the previous chaos, will ensue here as well, Beef.
Spawn control is as important in a map like this, and yes, it is going to be a way bigger map. But then you already saw that Gaijin just had too many people inside that hardpoint and no Slayers outside, and just like that, it's going to be so hard for them to go and infiltrate this one just because of how heavily defended everything is for the side of Impunity.
Oh, absolutely, man. Impunity making a fight here, and this might just be the best comeback of their Call of Duty mobile history. Impunity, can they take on Gaijin Rogue, who have had so much of promise in this competition, into a match number 5 and then slay them as well? This will be the best run for these boys. They have been looked down upon. Many teams have asked whether or not they can stand toe-to-toe with them. We've said that this team might be stuck in time. The improvements have not been as clear as some of the other squads, and this is the match, this is the series to prove that. 118, Gaijin 72, and the reset of Hardpoint comes back through.
Why is Gaijin Rogue still in P4? They should have just made that rotation left with one person left over here. And unfortunately, you're going to be seeing a lot of the members right now of Impunity was already in position. Good for them, though. They were able to win those individual gunfights, so they were able to really pull through. And right now, they need to go in there for that P2. We already see 3 people trying to go in for that P2 already in that second floor in launch base.
Well, Impunity doing great so far, but Gaijin Rogue playing the game of comeback. Pops a couple of smokes all around the hard point just to make sure the opponents cannot take them down, but those power positions will still be able to rain down a couple of bullets onto these heads. Gaijin Rogue holding on strong, trying to play the catch-up game, playing 92 to 124 isn't too far at all. They can do slightly better at the next hard point, where if they can get that vantage point, if they can hold on to it together with the sentry gun, victory might just be assured for them. 24 points, 3 more seconds. Let's see what happens at hard point number 2.
This is not going to be looking good, just because we see here the side of Gaijin is actually going to be going in and spawning into loading area. That's going to be so far away in that P2, and Impunity is already going to be in that 2F and staircase up in here stadium. But then Casso with big points, not going to be able to really utilize a lot of that Vortex gun, not going to be able to really push through, but then the pinch is still going to be in store for both of these teams.
Oh, Impunity, this is their option, this is their chance. They've already taken the right decision here. They move in, they want to hold on, but they wait for their players to stack upon each other first. One by one, they step in there. It's a game of go in, frag and switch. But unfortunately, this is so long, they can keep that up. And here comes those spawns from all around. Chaos ensues still yet here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at takeoff. 10 points, less than that now, separates these two squads. Impunity takes that hard point back. Let's see if or not they can wrap this game up. 138 now to 126. Gaijin Rogue, here comes hustle time.
Hustle time indeed, 130 to 40, that's going to be essential, and the rotation is going to be pulling through at the side of Impunity. What did Gaijin think of? They should have went in for that early rotation and just left that one player Casso to go in for the contest in P2. P3 is going to be such a hard hill to break, but then the contest is going to be coming on. There's going to be so many players right now, and I feel like for the side of Gaijin, they win the gunfight. It's going to be so hard just because the spawn is going to be in their favor.
Remember what I said, those smokes need to be popped out. If they can bring those smokes out in such a crucial moment. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this will be once again a beautiful capture. This will be once again a beautiful comeback. 148 now to 144. Gaijin Rogue makes that last minute comeback.
Gaijin Rogue, just when you thought things were going to be looking so bleak for them, they eventually get P2. Went in even for a late rotation into P3, somehow flushes everyone out for the side of Impunity, and we finally get to see them go up against Cloud, Esat, AJ. Impunity's fall from grace every single map, and yes, they had that diamond in the rough. They were able to really win that domination round, but every single time, they just lose it at the very end.
Gaijin Rogue, if you guys don't have a team motto just yet, let me give you one. Raise them up and slap them down. What a beautiful play. From day one of spotting them play in this competition, I already said, man, these guys are something different, because their gameplays were so weird. One point, they're perfect. One point, they're taking these gunfights. No one can touch them. And the other point, the rotations are weak. They don't stick together. They give away points so easily, and I'm left wondering whether or not it's a problem with consistency, or it's a problem with the discipline in the team to follow the pre-existing plans, or it's just them hiding what they're truly capable of in this competition. And look at what that strat has brought in. They clearly have read the plays of their opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's bring in the post-analysis of that match whilst we walk through the recap. Hopefully, we've got enough time and enough highlight moments here to tell you exactly how these squads took the win.
There's too many. That's the problem. There's too many highlight moments that we can squish into 1 minute or 30 seconds. You've seen it here. It's going to be that first hardpoint matchup that was absolutely crazy. 148 to 150. And we're already knowing that Impunity actually just dropped the ball at the very last second, quite literally. You can already see it over here. Such a great hold right now, especially going into the operator skills and the score streaks. Really just having it down, saving it for that last P1. But then he's going to be another story, another disappointment right now for the side of Impunity, just because a search and destroy raid, that was supposed to be their map. They beat out Gaijin here in this match in search and destroy in their first matchup. But then Gaijin just with a response, with Casso absolutely popping off and Burgerby just lacking that confidence in sniping.
Yeah, so Search and Destroy was so equal, and it was a great play by both of these squads. But once again, the side of Gaijin proving that the comeback gameplay is what they always prefer. And this was the domination match, which I was like, what's up? The plays are so off. The rotations are off. The strategy is not being pulled off. They're not even playing. They're just walking. They're just strafing in there, trying to get a couple of frags, trying to get a couple of kills. And in like all of those matches that they've already done, it's such a beautiful strat to pull off. But you need to have skill to pull that strat off. You need to have god level confidence to pull that strats, to pull those set of strats off, right? To raise people up and then to smack them down. You need to know that you have what it takes to make those last-minute comebacks. Because if it backfires on you, it's bye-bye from the competition. And I don't think at any point there, Impunity showed up short. There's no point in that game where Impunity did not give their best. They gave everything, and we saw it from the scoreboard. Gaijin Rogue, just a few classes higher, unfortunately, and they will move on to the next round.
That is the beauty of why we really like Call of Duty Mobile, was we see teams like these just really go up against head-to-head. In terms of stats, they were equal. I still think they're equal, but it's just Gaijin was just a little bit ahead, just a few steps ahead. This is what we keep saying for Gaijin. They're always going to be having a backup plan, a plan B, a plan C. Very much like Almighty. And that's why that fight that we saw from Gaijin and Almighty, the fact that it was still a sweep, was a little bit disappointing because I thought they were going to be able to take a map, but it's matches like these where I think Almighty have a treat for themselves. If Gaijin is going to be able to take down Cloud Esat from that lower brackets round 2, maybe we're going to be able to see a very interesting finals. But you know what? Let's take a look at the MVP of this whole matchup, just because it's so nice to see who is going to be able to take the cake. And a lot of these teams really have such an amazing team. But again, it's all about those individual gunfights yet again.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick peek, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the most valuable player in that match, with the one and only Glowy from Gaijin Rogue. 61 on the average kill, 52. That's 20 average assists and an average of 10,000 points he managed to pick up for his squad, right? Absolute beast of a man, absolute beast of a Call of Duty Mobile player.
Honestly, we've been saying Glowy so many times already just because of how much this person glows. They are shining in this competition, and we like to see the growth of all of these players, and the consistency that they deliver here is absolutely no joke. The only team that was able to really bring them down was Almighty. And right now, they're going to be able to take down another strong team as well, which is going to be Impunity. Impunity's out. They're going to be, standing in the sidelines, really just cheering anyone on who's going to be coming in from the Singaporean side. And this is why I actually like Singapore as a region, right? They're going to be able to bring each other up. Even though, yes, all of these teams aren't going to be able to pull through, they're going to be rooting for whoever is going to be representing their country.
Oh, yes, of course. And I think it has always been like that. At the end of the day, only one team can represent Garena, which is why during competitions, when I see a little bit of extra toxicity in the comment section, I take my time on live stream to address that and to tell them to get rid of, those emotions, those thoughts, right? Because at the end of the day, all of us have to rally up behind that one squad that represents our server. Garena only has one position at the world stage, which I'm truly disappointed in. But that's all right. Here's something to cheer me up. The fans' comments.
Here we go. This is my absolute favorite part of the day. We are going to be reading 3 comments from you guys. And no, it's not going to be at the very end of the screen. It's going to be happening right now. So let's pop on over right below us. What are we going to be reading today? And from John Laddie Lipit, Gaijin is so good at many maps. Their positions are so precise. I think they have a chance to beat Almighty if they use the positions right. Yes, that actually rhymed. That was very good, Lappy. I'm not quite sure if you actually did that on purpose, but John, you are absolutely right. We've been saying a while ago, they have so many strategies and they have steps ahead of them. Almighty, though, I feel like they're going to be that big brothers, but for Gaijin, they don't want to be the team B. They want to be shining Almighty.
Yeah, here's the problem. Gaijin can play that trick in and against all of these other squads, But the school that Gaijin Rogue went to, Almighty, yeah, they are the headmaster. So unfortunately for Gaijin Rogue, that particular strat might not just get pulled off. And John Larry Lippett is absolute point on, right, with this comment of his, that they need to play those positions to perfection. There's no more trickery. There's no more deceiving your opponents to think that you are not all that, because Almighty, they are great because they do not underestimate. That's one for a rhyme. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one more. Let's bring on the second comment in here by Aldrin Tania. What's up, boy? What's up, man? Aldrin has been a supporter for a long time. It's time for the Almighty to give the throne away and give chance to the other teams to take over. Now, my friend, my dear friend, Almighty wants to be doing charity or contributing to the society through charity of their own position, of their own placement in that Garena Invitationals, the Garena qualifiers in for the World Championship. They want to show who the true dominant brand is in this particular game. And that's most definitely what they'll be struggling for. But I get what you're saying, man. It is all for the other squads to take away from them.
It just seems like everyone in the comments actually wants Almighty to lose because, okay, I know the psychology of the watchers. They don't want to see the same champions over and over. They want that underdog story. But you know what? Almighty is here for a reason. And let's take a look at the next comment. I wonder if it's still going to be about Almighty going down, because I'm pretty sure they are not going to be going down. But here we go. Rich Velvale. The sentry gun is a Mustachio wannabe trying to copy Mustachio's camping technique. Okay. Shots are going to be fired right now, Mustachio. The glasses are off, and you know, he's trying to trigger you, man. The watches are off, the bracelets are off. Should I shoutcast Mustachio right now? Mustachio, he's gonna be taking off his mustache.
Wow.
Oops.
Mustachio is actually a combo that Muska and I wanted to come up with when we go in for duos one day, when we create content for Battle Royale. So the Mustachio, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that particular brand, Beef accidentally said it, but let's go in here for a hashtag, all right? Mustachio in the comment section. Bring Muska into the stream as well. Don't forget to like and share, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And to Rachel Whale, I'll see you on the battlefield. One-on-one, bro, you and me in 6 months. Not now, in 6 months. Now I might be camping, you might be right, but in 6 months.
In 6 months. And if you also get a hold of the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, maybe it's going to be an even match because Mustachio has it already. I'm pretty sure he has an upper hand already just because of how amazing the phone is. So it's going to be interesting to see here if you have the same phone.
I wanted to tell you guys something. So there was a comment thread in the comment section, and this is not verified at all. Please go do your own research, okay? Because someone was complaining in Garena Call of Duty Mobile's comment thread that they can only reach 120 frames per second in MP when they are using a Sony Xperia phone to game. They did not specifically mention this model. I do not think they have gotten their hands on this model just yet, but it was on the post of the Sony Xperia phone in the Garena Call of Duty Mobile page. Go check it out. I have not tried it out for myself just yet because a lot of the complaints were like, if you don't have the Xperia, you're only going to get 90 frames per second. Once again, I have not verified this. I just thought that was a very, very interesting thing to put. And they were showing their screenshots and all. So most definitely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I will be trying it out because if 120 frames per second on MP with this phone is available, and you step out there onto the battlefield to fight others, you're most definitely going to be grabbing those wins back to back to back. How does the refresh rate of your screen make the biggest difference? Is, let's say if another player is playing on 60 frames per second, you are playing on 120 frames per second, you get to see your opponent before he sees you. And if you're a really, really good player on Call of Duty Mobile, that means the difference between life and death, because it just takes a couple of bullets and a fraction of a second, Beef.
This is why we keep saying the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III is always going to be that phone for Call of Duty Mobile because the game is suited for this phone. There's a reason why we are going to be saying it so many times. And again, there's going to be a lot of other good things, not only with Call of Duty, but also with the camera as well. I am a Sony user as well. What you're seeing here is a Sony camera, and best believe they're going to have the best camera as well for this particular phone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, enough plugs about Sony. We're going to take a quick short break. It's not so short. It's about 10 minutes. Cloud Esat will be taking on Gaijin Rogue a little bit later on. Let's see whether or not Esat will be able to smash the hopes and dreams of Gaijin Rogue, or whether it's the reverse and Gaijin Rogue steps up to be the new kings, maybe even the gods of Call of Duty Mobile SG. We'll catch you in a bit.
Solo ting, on a solo ting, on a solo ting. Come through ones, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones. Come through ones, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones. Shy one. Who would have thought you'd be shining? Come a long way from the doubt. Days in the house from a dangerous route, from a place where the angels are blazing for hell. No one's able to count the amount of oppression imposed that they're only able to palpate. Breed demeanor, run at lean at Pisa. So on the street like feeling, got a roam like Caesar. They take notes to get noticing. You ain't fit for this, and you're noticing. Bag a bad breeze that I'm noticing. No words for ya, like the opening. And you know my ting, get the sodas in. That's my lights and stars on a solar ting. I got my own drive, what's it got to show for him? Been in the deep end, no, I'm not known to swing. Career could never be curtains, control the strings. Splash, years of focusing. To my back and I'll still be soloing. On the Hendrix flex, bending fresh, step right to the stage, ending next. You can never face me, I'm the effect. I made the flip, coming down, get left. I made the pick and show the sound blessed. And make all the noise to earn my respect. Never tone down just to stick in heads. Everybody on haze, I'll be missed instead. Miss me with the madness. Rather be insane and average. Don't mistake my silence for inactive. My life with or without cameras. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones. People talk not, but don't act on it. Say one thing, then go back on it. If it's stored up, you can't step from it. When it's en route, you can't come back from it. No other traction hits. Too many man got to fraction it. And I'd rather be a lone wolf, cause if it's show wall, I got to factor it. Mastering what your man's not managing. No stains, they're vanishing. Embarrassing. See you tooled up, blocking your own work. Who let the spanners in? Your envy is flattering. Still under pressure, not panicking. I can tell them like our blood related. Can't move to us, see the mannequin. Why I move on my ones? Didn't wanna help, so I grew on my ones. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Too many men, I got a slew on my ones. You never blew on your ones. Wouldn't have a clue on your ones. Don't need in a man, I know P's and Q's on your ones. I'm anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Again, like, do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Anti sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show me what I can do more ones.
My flight leaves early in the morning. I got no time for taking the stairs. I can't promise that I will write back, but then again, knowing me, I'd do it for years. Whoa, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we
It's just a state of flux. Too much, but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright. Thought you'd build us up, mold us out of dust, and save the world that way. Hoped it was enough to justify the loss of every choice you made. I know you thought you gave it up, poured it into us and out of your reserves. And now you're looking back, thinking losing what you had was never worth this hurt. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change. So close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright this time, this time. Talking to yourself like you're someone else that you don't have to love. Picking at the wounds, looking for the proof to justify the cause. Feels like everything is past, slipped out of your hands like it was never there. But look at what you made. In the darkest place, I will be standing there. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change. So close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of flux. Too much, but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright. It's just a state of change. So close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright this time, this time.
So off in the attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3 piece.
Of the 2 spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it. Here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
The nade.
And again,
Welcome back, community, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships presented by Sony. We've seen such an amazing matchup already here, and not only that, we're going to be seeing such an amazing phone in the side of Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, and it is going to be the official mobile phone for the Singapore qualifiers.
Absolutely. I saw a comment in the comment section by Salvatine Mark John, and this was the question that he asked: is the phone really made for the game, or did the company just pay you to advertise it? And I feel like this is a great question to address on the stream itself. Number one, no, Sony's not paying me to advertise their phone on the stream. I am only hired as a shoutcaster. Number two, I have been given the phone only to hold on to until the end of these qualifiers, and then I've got to return it back to them. But here's the thing. From day to day, the things that I talk about the phone, you guys notice that I'm talking about a few more extra things because I'm really, really careful about the brands that I endorse. And I don't say anything if I don't know anything, which is why I didn't want to give you guys the assurance that there will be no frame drops or whatsoever, because I haven't played it that long and pushed the phone down to its that'll happen. So whatever recommendation or whatever I tell you about the phone is from my own personal experience. And if Sony wants to pay me later on, then that's up to them. But for the time being, nope, it's just me sharing with you guys how awesome this phone is, just because I've got the brilliant opportunity to touch it, feel it. Oh, by the way, speaking of how awesome this phone is, you guys know that I've got dogs, right? And my dogs can practically take the title of being the cutest, most adorable, smartest dogs in the world. And here's the amazing thing about the phone, right? I've never been able to get the autofocus, onto my animals the way I am able to, take videos of human beings. And this real-time eye autofocus within this phone itself is built for both humans and animals, even if one eye is hidden, as in they turn their head away this way. I've been having a lot of fun. I've been taking a lot of photos. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's a quick summary of how this little conversation. Let's take a quick look and see how else the competition is going to break down, beef, because it's heated up and one team has stepped in, right? And now Gaijin Rogue will have to go through another gruesome battle. What's going to happen? Will Cloud Esat be able to smash them, or is this the rise of perfection of Gaijin?
Gaijin Rogue absolutely stepping it up against Impunity. Just basically saying, get out of here. We're going to be going up against Cloud Esat, slowly climbing their way to the top. But Cloud Esat is no joke of a team to actually go up against. And you know what? I really want to see the stats really pull through, because Cloud Esat, I've seen their statistics. It's been 50-50 here so far across the board. And they've been going up against a little bit of weaker teams. But you know what? This team is no joke. Candace, Flex, Sasuke, Teddy, and Dracula have made it here this far. And the reason why they've been doing this is because their teamwork is absolutely unrivaled. But there's going to be a lot of things to consider here, just because Gaijin Rogue has shown us today that they have been here to play. They're here to win. And especially going in here, Candace is going to be that essential sniper that can actually go up against the likes of Casso. Flex, on the other hand, will probably going up against another player that's going to be a really, really high fragger for them. Not quite sure who that might be, but then hopefully we get to see a lot of really game-playing action here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is for Cloud Esat. This one is once again introducing those who are stepping in to absolutely shock the community. Flash, Casso, Mythel, Mickey, as well as Glowy will look to shine through the next round as well. Like you mentioned, Beef, we don't know if or not Cloud Esat is going to be able to stop them in their path. They most definitely will try their best, just like what Impunity has done. But unfortunately, to see through.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to actually go and pull through here, just because you already know sitting at the top of the throne is going to be not a joke, because we've been seeing such amazing plays here. But then let's take a look at the map vetoes here, just because, actually, before that, we actually are going to be going with our head-to-head first, though. Flex on the side of Cloud Esat is going to be having an average kill of 23, but look at here, it's going to be Glowy with 31. And probably the reason why we see here, the numbers aren't going to matter here, because Gaijin has one extra matchup. That's why they have a little bit more points, but it might even out here by the end of this matchup.
Yeah, so this is based on the average scores, and we most definitely are sure that because Flex has been in that upper brackets, and the fights that they have taken thus far have been against the giants, for example, like ALMGHTY. Yeah, you're not going to be able to rake up a lot of these averages in big matches like that. At the end of the day, they've had fewer of these opportunities, just like you've mentioned, right, Beef? So as far as this goes, once again, just a bunch of numbers on a piece of paper to give us a rough idea of how the match is going to go on. But don't worry, that's why Beef and I are paid. We will walk you through all of that.
Yeah, we're going to be walking all of you into the map Vito. So this is probably one of the most exciting parts of the pre-show, right? Just because you're going to be seeing here, Gaijin Rogue is going to be winning the coin toss, eventually picking up Standoff for their first hardpoint matchup. Standoff is their game. They have 100% win rate here in hardpoint, and they even have so many games. They only dropped one hardpoint match. They're that good at hardpoint that they only lost that one map to Almighty. But then Search and Destroy is going to be raid as well. It's going to be interesting because all of these points really just gather around. We've seen them play so well in raid. The way they were able to actually shut. Not quite sure why Cloud actually chose this. Maybe they have some sort of plan. The reason why is probably they've seen the match a while ago. They know where everything went down for the side of Gaijin Rogue. So maybe they're comfortable and confident here.
And, just always two ways to look at it, right? You either play to your own strengths or you play to your enemy's weaknesses. And we can see through their bans, because what Cloud Esat first off did was they removed Crossfire from the equation, knowing that Gaijin Rogue has won this coin toss. Being brought into Crossfire once again for a hardpoint match might most probably give them that victory. Why? We've seen the rotations from Gaijin. We've seen the gameplays from Gaijin on this map, and they are absolutely godly. And perhaps that's why Cloud Esat didn't want that apart from the mist. But taking it into raid, they are really banking on one thing, which is for Gaijin to make the same mistakes, for Gaijin to pull in the exact same strategies. Just like you've pointed out, right? They had the opportunity to sit back and watch these boys in action. So let's see exactly how much they will be able to bring into their side. Because for today, might I add, Lady Luck is on Gaijin Rogue's side. This is the second coin toss that they're winning. I don't know if that makes a difference to all of you listening out there, but I surely think it does.
Absolutely. It makes an absolutely big difference as to what is going to happen. But let's take a look at Cloud Esat right now. All the boys are ready to infiltrate and just lose that. You can see the determination in their faces. And I know a lot of these guys really are just waiting. They probably watched match number 1 and seeing how dominant Gaijin Rogue was. It's going to be a little bit scary just because you're going to already see the points. The points aren't going to lie. Gaijin Rogue has better statistics than them. But I think the map that they can really pull through is probably going to be able to go through that domination round. Let's take a look at Team Gaijin on the other hand. Having that hot win seems to be like they have a little bit of smile to their faces, but Cloud Esat, that's not going to be an easy foe to actually defeat just because they've been sitting here. They've been watching you every single time, and right now they are thirsty for that win. They're just this close to actually meeting Almighty again and having that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Gaijin Rogue, with so much to prove in this competition, they want to have a bigger slice of the pie as far as the Singaporean Championship is concerned. Potentially even maybe their hands on the 10,000 Singapore dollar prize might not be too far away for them in order to just reach out and grab, right? They've shown us enough, but here's the problem. Almighty have shown us enough as well. We will put Cloud Esat aside and we will see the type of challenge that Gaijin Rogue is about to go through here. They've already been beaten 3-0. So even as they go through a crazy good squad like the Cloud Esat side, the Grand Finals is going to be a huge hurdle to overcome, Beef.
It's the biggest hurdle that they need to overcome right now. There's still a lot of things that you have to consider here. So many maps still left in the mix. But then we are going to be starting our lower bracket finals 2. Match 2, Cloud Esat versus Gaijin Rogue. Now, we already said the only way that Gaijin Rogue can win this is to keep doing what they're doing. Cloud Esat has that pressure up in them just because the numbers are going to be better. Hardpoint is not going to be their game. We already know here just because you can see how many times Gaijin has been pulling through in hardpoint matches.
Yeah, this is the standard match opener. Hotel Yard is going to be very brightly lit early on for all of the teams to pick their points up. The domination that we see in hardpoint number 1 obviously will not be the full decider as to how the full game ends at the end of the day. So many of these hardpoints can change the pace of the game. But at the very moment, Gaijin Rogue is annihilating at what is one of the most difficult hardpoints to conquer.
Glowy with that amazing three-piece. It's just absolutely flying and breezing through with that KRM. And that is going to be something really scary to have in the rotation. It's going to be going through. They're going to be giving that scrap points away for the side of Cloud to actually just get. They're going to be playing the game right now of Gaijin. And so far we can see it's the driver that's going to be Gaijin. That's driving everything, driving the tournament. But then, oh, just like that, very big two-piece by Dracula, getting an amazing sweep off of P2.
Yeah, they better be careful. They don't end up being the drivers of the cars of the winners of this competition. I mean, they need to see exactly how wary they are of those rotations, right? Because underestimating the squad in front of you is exactly what brings you to a point like this. 33-26, they equal up, and now Cloud Esat up ahead. Let's see if or not the warehouse will get lit up by Gaijin Rogue once again. They are halted at the 26 point, and finally with the entrance, only one player in, the rest trickling from the back. Oh, beautiful Predator missile comes through, and they will not be able to continuously drop those players in, and warehouse will be in the hands of Gaijin Rogue for a little bit more.
Gaijin Rogue yet again with such an amazing push there, just really stopping the points trickling down for the side of Cloud. And even the rotation is going to be absolutely perfect for the side of Gaijin. They're set up, the defense is going to be solid, but there's going to be just one person that's going to be able to actually pull through with this one. Candice is going to be able to get a lot of these kills already in the opening frag, and the rest of the Cloud Esat members need to pull through.
Let's see exactly what they do to pull through, right? 44-43. Once again, it's just all equal between the two squads. Gaijin Rogue, I'm most definitely sure they are not playing, give a little, take a little. They are going all out here based on their rotations and based on the space of gameplay. Here comes the sentry gun as well to help the side of Cloud Esat take a little bit more control of the house. This is a very important hard point before we rotate over to the bakery as well. This is the point where they can absolutely take that lead and conquer the pace of this match, and later on solidify it at bakery. It's two back-to-back plays that Cloud Esat will need to look to, and here's the thing, we don't see the timer on the clock. 25 seconds is still ample time, but when the clock reached up to 15 seconds, those players need to start going in for the rotation. Gaijin Rogue's already on the way, Beef.
Now, that was a very heavy defense on the side right now of Cloud Esat. They were able to actually go and infiltrate it, and they weren't even there in the beginning. They were a little bit catching up in the side of that rotation, but then, again, there's going to be another side. Bakery is going to be that money hill that Gaijin really needs. 103-44, but we already know that the gap is going to be a little bit closing just because they already have a very solid defense here. Still very doable to actually infiltrate, but very hard to pull through.
Yeah, poorly played by Cloud Esat for the rotation. They should have gone in a little bit earlier. Gaijin anticipating this, move into the bakery, and hardpoint number 4 is most definitely the type of hardpoint that can be used to turn the game around. Very, very easy to come in here and conquer if you know the placements of the map. And look at Tasso as he moves out into the bakery backyard, shutting down those players, but the numbers will catch up with him. They file 3 players into the bakery right now just to bake that bread, 72-103. Now 30 points remain between Gaijin Rogue as well as Cloud Esat on for the catch-up gameplay. They seem to be annihilating. Once again, Bakery is the place where you turn the game around, and Gaijin Rogue, here they come.
Gaijin Rogue has a very solid defense here, but then I feel like it's kind of lacking on my end just because they don't have control of the spawns. They don't have the slaves that you really need to have at the very outside of the map. Yes, they probably had a lot of these points over here just because it's already 101 to 103, but if you are going to be going up against Almighty, best believe you already know they're going to be spawn controlling that, so they shouldn't have the same gameplay if ever they're going to be going up against them. But then it's going to be another rotation going in here. It's going to be that reset going into Hotel Yard.
Absolutely. They cannot play the same gameplay against Almighty, but against Cloud Esat seems to be working absolute wonders. Onto the Hotel Yard once again. Gaijin Rogue opened the game up so solid at this spot, but towards the second half of that first hard point, it was Cloud Esat that picked it up and kind of equalized, right? Kind of caught up as well. But it's not going to be as easy for round number 2. Look at the sentry gun being placed. This is a stack defense. Cluster strike being brought in as well. Gaijin Rogue is serious. They want to finish this game off, and they more than hell will be able to do so. 131 to 104. The contest comes right back through from Cloud Esat. It's not over just yet.
The rotation is going to be going in early, though. We always see that early rotation for the side of Gaijin, but then they're always having a really hard time with that defense just because the gunfights and the gun skills are going to be too much for the side right now of Cloud Esat. But then it seems to be like Flash is going to be that one person that can actually stop the push, as well as Teddy. Big kills by Teddy is going to be able to actually occupy that second half, finally getting 2 kills and finally getting an infiltration here for the side of Cloud.
Yeah, big kills by Teddy, but you must capitalize on it. Gaijin Rogue, on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, moves in to the bottom half of this warehouse. 139 to 117, but the fight is still hot. Those spawns need to be controlled, and we will see Flash dropping into the gas station, not to pump some petrol, but to make sure he shuts down all of the other players. And this is Flash with the Annihilator, annihilating, and Gaijin Rogue will take the lead in game number 1.
Yet again, with a turnaround by the second half of the map. Bakery is the money hill. If you get Bakery, there's a big chance that you're going to be able to pull through and win the game. And that's what we saw. That's what we saw. Even though they didn't get to have a lot of those Slayers outside, they really just stacked it up. Heavy defense, yes, with the expense of not having spawn control, though. But that's what they did for that P2. They controlled it very well. Flash was outside, slaying everyone that tried to go in. We keep saying that OBJ is supposed to be that last line of defense because they are. If you basically get rid of the OBJ, the point is going to be yours. So the Slayers outside, the Anchors outside need to do their job at eliminating anyone that tries to go near the hard point.
Yeah, and you know, each and every single play that Gaijin Rogue was bringing into that hotel yard, be it when they moved on to the warehouse, it was just perfection after perfection after perfection. Never at one point did they say, okay, you know what, these guys seem to be dominating a little bit too much. Let's move on to the next area. That did not happen all the way until that third hard point. They moved on into that bakery, right? And the decision to move into the bakery early, remember, I was move when it's about that 15-point mark and 15 seconds mark. They didn't move. They just stood there. So many players at house. What were they doing? Baking cookies? The bakery's on the other side. And that's the one stellar reason as to why the game just got brought right back into Gaijin Rogue's hands. And of course, it wasn't just the end there, because after bakery, you have to go back in for the reset. Hotel yard play was spectacular. They bring in the sentry gun to control it, and the sentry gun placement makes sure it covers the mid-square area. And they've got 2 players to watch convenience store. And in order to put the freaking cherry on top of the cake, they bring in the cluster strike as well. Ridiculous. And this is what we want to see in a championship of this standard. This is what we want to see at the Singapore Championship.
Gaijin Rogue just really had the timing, everything for their hands.
Yeah.
If a hard point didn't work out for them, they would have that early rotation to the next, and to the next, and to the next. We saw that in P2. They saw the early rotation, but weren't able to actually go utilize that. Okay, went for that early rotation into P3, didn't get that as well. Okay, got a lot of those points, but then this is the problem for Cloud. They heavily defended P3 too much. They weren't able to actually go in the infiltration for P3, and that's where they lost it. They didn't have any more utilities on their end. They didn't have operators, they didn't have score streaks, and we saw everything go down for the side of Gaijin in Granny's house. So I really want to know what everyone else is actually thinking with this game mode, just because of how dominant Gaijin is. We keep saying there's going to be a bunch of fan comments, guys. We're going to be reading every single one of that at the very end of each series. 3 to be precise. We've already been trying to read it a while ago, and hopefully your comments are going to be featured later on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we drop into raid, this is going to be a pick by Cloud Esat. Let's see exactly how well they do, because it's going to be search and destroy, a game of rock, paper, scissors. The attacking side is Cloud Esat. They go in for a quick push. Trophy system gets destroyed early on, but it's a 3-man stack onto the basketball court. This needs to be a cautious play from the attackers.
The attackers are going to be very quiet. They're going to be very passive, which is very good for Cloud, just because you don't want to go and rush in. But then just like that, speaking of rushing in, Flash really just gets rid of Candice. That was a very good push, and Candice was actually very quiet. And the fact that she was there with the sniper is not going to be that good of a deal, and Castle is trying to get one. Does get one! Yes, big openers for the side of Gaijin.
Just a little bit too slow. Cloud Esat going in for the push, and they just hold on to the swimming pool a little too long, right? We've seen so many times the teams who move in for the basketball takeover, they pop out those flashes, they pop out the smokes, quickly go in. Very risky play, but high risk, high reward. And clearly, Cloud Esat's slow approach towards the basketball court is not working out into the best favor at all. And one final player will be left here. Cloud Flex for the clutch with a sniper in hand. It might be possible, but highly improbable.
Highly improbable indeed. It was really for the side right now of Glowy to actually go in there and maybe even get that final kill. Flex is going to have such a hard time. Flash was the playmaker for this round just because of that flank. Getting rid of Candace was essential for them. And after that, it was just one by one. They fell so far out. Flex is going to be having sights in A, but then he actually just gives away his position, so they know where he is. They have the numbers advantage to actually go in there. Not just that, but the bomb is down, and he needs to find a way to pick it up, and he's probably going to be losing this engagement right now. But no! Gets a kill somehow, but then Glowy is going to be getting the assist.
It was a decision that he had to pull. Either he jumps into kitchen or he backs away into gardens. And obviously he doesn't see the sort of view that we have. He backs away into gardens. Two players there to welcome him. But Glowy has most definitely started things off great, getting 3 kills out of the 5 that Gaijin managed to pull in that first round. And this is going to be a very... I was thinking it's going to be a quick push, but it's such a slow one. Hit marker in here for Caso. Does not get the takedown, but will be able to bring in the wall bangs to pressure them out of the corner. Candice now needs to step it up for the squad. This bomb might just get taken down.
Mickey, great call to actually going back away and not being able to actually get a lot of those shots. He was able to go get that, but then Mythil with a 2-piece. Mickey as well gets rid of Candice. It's just like that. Oh, how fast does Cloud go down if we see one entry frag? But then Flash, oh no, with a scythe kill.
Yeah, too good. Gaijin Rogue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hands down victories back to back. If anyone had doubted me in the comment section when I said that there's something fishy about this squad, you know, well, this is it, man. This is it in the flesh. Gaijin Rogue just proving their worth to the whole of the community. This is Gaijin Rogue proving their worth to each and every single squad they meet in here. But Cloud Esat not once to take very lightly. Mickey knows exactly that. Pulls out the Fennec and in wait. If the rush does come through the central garden area, we know for a fact Mickey is going to pick up a couple for herself.
Now, this is going to be a very interesting push because I feel like the flank is going to be in order. Just take a look at Mickey right now, overextending themselves. It's going to be a 3-person flank. Oh no, this is going to be a pinch. That is going to be so bad to see for the side of Cloud. Their need to clear right now. And Mickey's finally going to be able to get that Glowy, though. Finally gets the kill. Mickey gets the assist, and it's honestly going to be so bad for Cloud.
They are worlds apart. They are worlds apart right now in terms of ability of taking this match. Cloud Esat nowhere close to Gaijin Rogue. I do apologize, guys. I can only call it as I see it. There's just no play coming in here from Cloud Esat that makes us think that they're going to be able to take this win. Not just yet. They have repeated the exact same movement 3 times right now. Why was it so easy to get that melee kill? They know exactly every time the basketball court play comes through, one player is going to be sitting down in the bedroom. Finally, a little bit of a diversion from the previous strats. They go in for the rush. This is what we want to see from Cloud Esat, making Caso back away. He will be able to pop the nade first. Hopefully, the trophy system gameplay is good, and the nade gets popped. No kills dropping through. Mickey getting 1, but gets sliced down by Candice. This is an equal fight between the two, leaving a 4 versus 4.
Good trades for both team, and this is what Cloud really gets to need. But then Candice going to be in trouble as Mythil is going to be able to get the kill. Oh no, just like that, Castle as well, and it's going to be 1 person left. Teddy is going to have the pressure. Glowy finishes the job, and it's just 4-0. Okay, we keep saying that Cloud Esat is going to be having worse numbers. Yes, this is the reason why. They have worse numbers because they're going up against a team that has gone up against Impunity, ALMGHTY, and NATO. They've had more difficult competition here so far. Cloud Esat, on the other hand, has had Code Red, Six Ducks, and ALMGHTY. Those 2 teams, they're not even here in the competition anymore, so the challenge wasn't really brought to them, unlike here in Gaijin and Vic.
Yeah, and clearly when this competition is being brought to them, they still pick those numbers up, right? So with the head-to-head, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, it's a very flowery thing we spread in front of your face, but don't worry, this is exactly what Beef and I are here in for, right? Earlier this day, before we even came, not today, yesterday, Beef came up with this Excel sheet, and it was brilliant. It had the percentages of kills, percentages of wins on each and every single map. That's exactly, the kind of information that the audience needs. And Beef, you deliver, man. Let's see if or not all of that information that we've collected will be able to continuously point us in the direction of being able to figure out which team here is going to be able to pick the victory up. Because based on those numbers, Gaijin Rogue look good. But based on this round, Cloud Esat seems to be thinning them down. Casso, beautiful frag onto Dracula, will be able to go in real quick. Fennec gets picked up as well. And this will be the Snipe and Fennec gameplay. Casso still very, very dangerous.
If Castle can pull through with an ace, that's going to be absolutely unbelievable. Spots flex, though, it's going to be very hard for him just because a lot of these teammates already know where he is. He's going to be able to pull through here with the Fennec, though. If you need a gun, if you needed a gun combo, it's going to be that Fennec and DLQ combination that you can do to pull up a clutch.
Yeah, and let's see exactly what sort of a clutch he gets. Candice says, get out of here, boy. There's no way in hell you're going to be able to clutch 4 versus 1 with a Fennec. The Sniper, on the other hand, maybe. Definitely not with the Fennec. 4-1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Raid is just way too big to get those corners, and the numbers game just will not allow you any leeway whatsoever. Casso with a DLQ 33 setup once again at the lower floor of that bedroom, seeing if or not he can get an early frag, finds absolutely no one. Mickey with the bomb, on the other hand, will be just lounging around that gallery area, thinking if not Bravo would be a good option. I think Bravo is a great option.
2-1-2 split for the side right now of Cloud, and then Dracula's gonna be taking some shots as well. There's going to be a very interesting mid push. The trade does come along for both of these teams, 4v4 situation, and you can see here they're going into the spawn right now of Cloud. That was a very cheeky spot, and for Mickey, shouldn't really go in for the overpush. That is a great read. If they went in there, they probably would have died. The bomb would be down and the play would be disrupted, but instead they went in through here and finally getting the kill, and that is the difference that we needed to see here. And this is the plays that we like to see for Gaijin, just because if they overpush there, it would be over. The bomb is going to be going down. The pressure is on for the side of Cloud as Candice goes down.
Yeah, and it is a beautiful plant. Pressure is on Cloud Esat. I highly doubt they'll be able to take this back, but that is a great frag to start things off. Sasuke back-to-back as well. They equalize the numbers 2-on-2 and enough time on the board to allow them to recover this situation. But they need to start acting now with Mickey as well as Mithil with the amazing positions they've hold on for themselves at the kitchen as well as the swimming pool. It's going to be so tough to hold them out. And the plan is just perfection because it is intended. It was a very well-intentioned plan to make sure the swimming pool area as well as kitchen forces the players from Cloudflex to make that mistake.
Mithil with a nade. I already knew that Mithil was actually going to be using that nade. I was looking at his inventory. I was like, okay, Mithil still has a grenade. He can actually go and pull through. He was able to actually get that, apply that pressure, eventually stopping the push, even giving Mickey the assist. Now, that is why you need to really just save your utilities and not just use them at the very beginning of the round, because you can even stop those plans. And a lot of these times, they're not going to be able to really just use those trophy systems because you're already going to be using them in the very beginning.
Yeah. It's all a game of balance here. Candice getting taken out by Mithil. This is Gaijin Rogue going in for that absolute stunner of a victory back-to-back. Second game. One final round for them to prove themselves, and the numbers look really good. Mickey going in for the fake plant, will back away first just to check her corners. Dracula manages to take Mithil out of the equation. No plant coming through just yet, and the numbers are catching up. This is Cloud Esat going in for the juggernaut play, trying to make sure they don't go down so fast, but it's not that easy. Dracula gonna be in trouble, doesn't get the spot onto the left-hand side. Mickey, what a great entrance, and Glowy finishes it off as Gaijin Rogue takes victory number 2, and most importantly, on the map picking of Cloud Esat.
That was amazing plays for the side of Gaijin Rogue. They had after stat, and also counter plays as well. And not only that, individual gunfights as well. They were able to really get those, and it was unfortunate to actually end that matchup. Dracula just couldn't check around his corners, and eventually not knowing that there was going to be someone in that 2F in Laundry. Ugh, everything was just so great. 6-1 victory right now for the side of Gaijin Rogue, and they're absolutely stomping all over Cloud Esat. Domination, though. It's going to be that difference of the map just because both of these teams have had a hard time already in domination. But I'm really excited to see what they're going to be going down. But that search and destroy, that was absolutely dominating.
Yeah, it was, right? And it's very clear as to how Cloud Esat played this. Cloud Esat tried to play this to the best advantage that they had. Maybe they thought that Raid was the best potential for them to pull a victory off on, even after witnessing what Gaijin Rogue had done earlier. They expected the exact same gameplays. And although they could anticipate these gameplays, they didn't have the mechanical capability to overtake the side of Gaijin Rogue. Time and time again, those individual gunfights, those 2-on-1 situations, Gaijin Rogue proves to us why they have been on our mouths so many times all throughout this competition in Singapore. And we are looking at them once again dominating another squad. And I am not going to be too shocked if this is a flat-out 3-0 victory and we get to see the second grand finals of the day. And Gaijin Rogue, there's no doubt they are going to be there.
Without a doubt, right? Cloud Esat is just struggling right now, especially from the side of Gaijin Rogue. They did so well against Impunity. Honestly, choosing Raid for their search and destroy really was the end of them because of how well they saw Gaijin Rogue go up against Impunity. And Impunity chose that map. Impunity is 100% win rate in that particular map, in that particular game mode. But they lost. But with that in mind, they still wanted to challenge Gaijin Rogue for some weird reason, right? Cloud Esat needs to make, that's the reason why you need to make important decisions in terms of your map choices and your bans, your vetoes, because of that one single thing that just happened, right? So again, I really want to see how it's going to pull through in domination.
Yeah, and in domination, we most probably might just see the side of Cloud Esat getting dominated once again. Let me just take a quick refresher to see exactly which map this is going to be at. Hackney Yard, picked by Gaijin Rogue. but this is domination, and the as to which side to start on is picked by Cloud Esat. And if they do go in with my personal selection of the right hand side, right towards the special forces base, they may be able to pull this off. They may be able to push it into game number 4. But I don't know how great takeoff is going to be as well, because Gaijin Rogue's been there, done that. We've seen them annihilating. Cloud Esat's got so much to do, so much of hustle right now.
The hustle needs to pull through for the side of Cloud Esat, and this is the game mode for you to beat Gaijin Rogue. This is the kryptonite of this team right now. They have a 50% win rate in domination for the side of Gaijin. Cloud Esat, though, still a little bit in shambles as well, 33% win rate, so that's not going to be too impressive. But if they really, really want to beat Gaijin Rogue, domination is going to be the name of the game. Almighty and Impunity was able to crush Gaijin Rogue in this particular game, but then Summit was banned just because Gaijin Rogue already knows that Summit is going to be one of their weaker maps in their weaker game mode. So that was very, very smart for them to actually pull through. Gaijin Rogue actually chose Hackney Yard, so hopefully they get to have a lot of these strats that we like to see.
I think we are definitely going to see them bring those strats out, because it's all about domination, i.e. that's the name of the game, right? Go out there and absolutely dominate. And knowing the map most definitely allows you space to do that. Not only for you to go and capture those points, but to anticipate where your opponents are going to be coming out from when the retake attempt comes in from those squads, right? And we have seen them do this so many times before. Gaijin Rogue's that one squad that has been able to manage both the Special Forces base as equally as they manage the Guerrilla base at Hackney Yard. And this is something that's very, very challenging. We know that, not every single map is super balanced. Hackney Yard is one of those maps that's just a little bit off balance. Which side you start on really does matter. But you put it into the hands of Gaijin Rogue, it doesn't matter anymore. That goes out of the window. Mechanical abilities now start to count. But mechanical abilities will only start to count when you take up a fight like that against another squad that knows the map as well, that knows the strategy of that map just as well. and I am expecting to see Hackney Yard perfection when Gaijin Rogue takes on Almighty later on. Now, I know what this sounds like. I know it sounds like I'm counting Cloud Esat out already, but we have to acknowledge it's going to be a huge mountain to climb for Cloud Esat after getting thrashed back to back. And if we think that that might still be possible, then bring it on, Cloud Esat. I stand to be corrected.
The reverse sweep can be in order, and the only thing that they have advantage of in this domination round was they were able to actually play Hackney Yard against Almighty. They lost that, yes, but they already have some sort of experience against a really strong team in this Hackney Yard. We kept saying though, I hope they actually learned from their mistakes yesterday from day number 2. They kept on being flushed out into that one quadrant. I kept on saying it. Almighty is just that good that they're able to split the map in 3, keep them in one little box every single time. They can't even go out. If they're in the very left part of the box, they're just going to stay there. And Almighty, if they want them to be in the middle of the box, just in the center, they're going to keep staying there. You're going to be seeing a lot of those dots just stay there. Gaijin Rogue, though, I'm not quite sure if they've watched that map, if they've studied it. If they did, though, they're probably going to be applying the same thing going to Cloud Esat. For the side of Cloud Esat, they're probably not going to let that happen to them again the second time.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the mechanical abilities, right? Because at that point, the map strats, although both teams know it really well, but the ability to just force you into a certain location, because in order to retake the map, you can't take it either any other way. Either you barge right through and you shoot down your opponents, or you go in for that flank. And they know when you take on a squad like Almighty, you cannot take the fight head on. And yes, we are focusing on the big dogs, even though they're not playing just yet, because either way, either one of these squads move on, they have to face those big dogs. So hopefully some of the stuff that they get in here will be able to help them get that fight right. It's all about not playing into the strategy of Almighty and bringing the focus back into their own gameplays. They need to dictate the pace, and Gaijin Rogue has been a squad that has been able to dictate the pace of many of these matches back to back to back, which is why even earlier as they were going through the domination match at Summit, it really felt off because they were not dictating the pace of the game. And I felt like that was really intentional. Let's see what they can pull off here with an intentional domination over Cloud Esat, because now is no longer the times for plays and games. It's all time for winning that prize pool beef.
Gaijin is going to be spawning off the unfavorable side of the map, and they're going to be taking out one by one. This is the reason why you want to get that Gorilla Squad base, just because you have a little bit of an extra time to actually go in there. And finally, that really early Bravo push, they weren't able to actually choose a spawn, so it's really great to see Cloud really choose a more powerful side for it. And for the side right now of Gaijin, they need to go and take big kills right now for the side of Mythil, though.
This is what I'm talking about. The mechanical abilities, you can pull those strats, but if you cannot fight and win those gunfights, it's going to be absolutely futile. And just Kaso hanging around in the tire shop, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, trying to see if or not he can get rid of the other players before he goes in for the capture of that point. And he will be waiting for his team members. Goes in for a quick fake as well. And this is perfection coming in from the side of Gaijin Rogue. But they continuously tease Cloud Esat for the takeover, but nothing in fruition just yet. Finally, it'll come through. This is the patience. This is perfection from Gaijin Rogue. Kaso finally getting taken down, but Gaijin Rogue has pulled the strategy off to perfection.
The setup was just too good. Casa waited into Alpha, waited for a teammate. Not only that, the rest of the team actually went to the 2F and top L here in Warehouse. Eventually, really trying to get rid of everyone. They're flushing everyone out, getting Bravo and AP split. This is perfection. That is what I wanted to see for the side of Gaijin, and this is always the play that I really like to see if you are going to be spawning off of Special Forces. Go and rotate into A, get rid of everyone there. Position yourself also here in top L, get your sights in Bravo, take A and B, and flip the spawns, and they're going to be having such a hard time. Cloud was just played just like that so early on in the game.
Let's see exactly what they'll be able to do here. Hunter Killer Drone being sent forth. And at the side of Cloud Esat, most definitely asking those questions at Cargo Land. But one by one, each and every single one of those players gets shut down just like Candice. And the access just isn't possible. What Gaijin Rogue pulled off momentarily ago is now being attempted by Cloud Esat. But you can see the difference in capability. You can see the difference in the mechanical ability of Gaijin Rogue taking these gunfights and absolutely crushing it. When they set their mind to a certain objective, they always get it because this squad is here to get it done. What a run in the lower brackets, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I am absolutely stunned by the quality of the Gaijin clan.
Gaijin is just making so many big plays, and it's always just Cloud trying to go in for the catch-up. They need to get the power position, which is going to be top L over here in Warehouse, and they're having a hard time to actually get it. There's going to be one person over here, though, for the side of Glowy to actually go in there for that defense as well. He's going to be the up person to actually go and stop every single one that tries to go even close near to B. They can't even get near it. They can't even go inside the Warehouse.
Yeah, absolutely. And each and every single time they step in, they just get shut down. It's all about the mechanical abilities of the players of Gaijin Rogue on display here. Cloud Esat cannot do much. 54 to 75. We reach the halfway point with Gaijin Rogue dominating. And as we step into the second half, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, of this matchup, there will be no need to spawn and there'll be no need to go in there to reset the spawns of Cloud Esat. They most definitely are comfortable here at the Gorilla base. Let's see how they pull it off here as well, Beef.
It's all alpha. You really just need to stay there, and you can see the sentry gun is going to be in play as well. I'm not quite sure if that's the best thing to do, though, just because you need to get Bravo as well. You can already see that there's going to be red players. It's going to be the Cloud envious people who are going to be able to actually go in there, and Bravo going to be able to get for the push, but Mickey is going to be able to shut it down. So that is why you need to get top L, which Cloud actually doesn't quite get, though.
Let's see if or not they will be able to continuously bring in the barrage of attack. With a very well-placed cluster strike, it is now going to be funneling all of those players towards Smokestack. But one very bravely steps forth. To the shutdown of Mickey, absolutely falling flat on its face. Flex able to move past the cluster strike and bring in those questions for Bravo as well. Let's see if or not this play will be able to take over Warehouse for them. But no, it's all over the place in shambles. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Cloud Esat cannot get their squad together. Cloud Esat, every single time they step forth, they get sliced. And now this is a beautiful flank being pulled off here by Dracula, but shut down once again. Mechanical supremacy by Gaijin Rogue.
Cloud Esat need to go and push for A. They keep playing the same game over and over. They didn't even learn from that first round that you need to capture A. If you're having a really hard time, if you are going to be, spawning off of Charlie, go off to A. There's going to be that sentry gun that's going to be stopping a lot of these people, though, but they're going to be clearing everything out. They're not going to be stepping in Bravo. They should have done that already, but instead they pushed in just a little bit too much. It's not going to be enough for them. Glowy's going to stop the push.
Woohoo! Crazy Beef. Come on, man.
That was crazy place for Glowy, and I was like, wait a minute, why aren't they stepping into Bravo? There were 3 of them. They could have easily gotten in there before Glowy even went in there for the push. And yes, finally, we're finally going to be able to see Candice go in there, but it's going to be not enough. 84 to 128, they all just need one more. It's just 1 point, and that's going to be very hard because an XS1 Goliath is going to be there.
The XS1 Goliath, instead of waiting over at Alpha, steps onto Bravo. They just want to absolutely decimate their opponents right now. This is a sure out victory. Gaijin Rogue has decimated the lower brackets, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And now they will go up and they will meet the gods of Call of Duty Mobile Singapore to ask a question. Are you ready to take us on? Because we have earned this spot and we will be taking the title away. 146, 147. The timer ticks on. The points keep breaking up. And Gaijin Rogue get an absolute crushing victory over the side of Cloud Esat. Donut served up hot.
Donut City. And you can already hear Homer with a dope. Gaijin Rogue just gave so much amazing confidence over here. And not only that, their win from Impunity was so great, and they brought that confidence over into Cloud Esat. Had a very dominating start here. Gaijin Rogue has had the challenge to go and sweep up into that lower bracket round 1 into round 2, and now they're going to be meeting up the Almighty squad in our finals. But not only that, they need to beat them once, twice to be able to pull through and be called the Kings of Singapore, and it's not going to be easy.
Well, it's all up to one squad. It's not up to Almighty. They've already had each and every single strat, each and every single play, how good they are, how dominant they are. Everybody who plays Call of Duty Mobile in Singapore knows. And that's the greatest downfall of the Almighty squad. Or is that? Because in the background, in the months and months and months of grinding and sitting down and preparing for this very day and on for the journey that they are about to embark on, has Almighty continued to grind their skills way back up to the top. Remember, when Gaijin Rogue got kicked down into the lower brackets, I asked a question because the statement of there's something weird about this squad was made on the very, very first match that Gaijin Rogue played. And right after that, they got kicked down. I was thinking, are they doing this on purpose because they want to prove exactly what they're made? What they were able to show, this is what they pulled off in that Almighty matchup, just wasn't anywhere close. We might just be in for a crazy roller coaster ride in a bit, Beef.
I am ready for history, esports history to happen here. Because I know Cloud Esat was definitely, honestly, not that hard of an opponent to beat.
Yeah.
I feel like Impunity was a little bit more of a challenge, but still, it was just a tiny bit of a challenge. And let's see what actually happened against Cloud Esat in a little bit, as we are going to be pulling up the post-analysis to see what happened in those amazing 3 rounds. Standoff hardpoint, without a doubt, with no question. It was absolute dominance for the side of Cloud Esat, but it was the fact that they were able to really just drop the ball at the end. That's where they faltered. And Gaijin, if you give them a little bit of a chance, a little bit of a point to actually go and grab, they will do that and they will end the show.
Yeah, it's just a waste of time to go in here and recap this particular series between these two squads, because quite honestly, that was just hands down Gaijin Rogue stamped all over the place. In terms of, look at the momentum that they carried on from hardpoint to hardpoint, absolutely untouchable. And that exact same dominance was on display once again at the Search and Destroy. This was a show match. This was not a qualifying match back up into the grand finals. This was just a show match to show you what Gaijin Rogue is truly made of.
They are made of gold. Their hearts are on fire. We've seen them apply it every single game. They get better every single matchup that we need to see. They are ready. They're ready to see the Almighty squad that's just sitting very comfortably at the very top. But one word for the Almighty squad. This is going to be probably one of the more harder teams that you will go up against. But yes, Incendio. Actually, you know what? Incendio was in the chats a while ago. He was like, I'm mad that Beef Mommy didn't really commend on my ace. I'm going to be ace right now. Very good job on the ace, Incendio, but let's see if you're going to be able to pull through with Gaijin. Hopefully you get to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And the thought of whether or not we will see an ace from either one side of these squads, whew, quite a question, right? Because two teams, super dominant. One very clearly has proven to us why they are called the gods of Call of Duty Mobile Singapore. The other one trying to prove themselves, and they haven't started the journey now. The Gaijin brand has been on this path for so long now. We've seen them go in and dominate the ways of war. We've seen them go in here and try to dominate at the SG Championship. But finally, at the Singapore Championship, they have the best opportunity of all to trump the gods themselves. Let's take a quick look at the MVP of that match. I wonder who it is, Beef.
Oh, gee whiz, I'm not quite sure, but definitely it's going to be Glowy with an average kill of 23.5, average death of 14.
Yeah.
That's not too shabby. Average assist of 6, and an average score of 3,700. My goodness, 3,717 points is no joke, and Glowy is definitely popping off in this competition.
In this whole competition, not just this, in this one series, in the series before, in the series even before, in the series of yesterday, day before yesterday, and most definitely in the next one as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Glowy has been an absolute stunning pro player that has been able to step in and ask the important questions when it is truly required. A little bit of Shafiq from Impunity I see in Glowy, but a little bit of Crush I see in Glowy as well. The perfect combination of Shafiq from Impunity and Crush from the one and only greatest Call of Duty Mobile MP brand in the Philippines. Together, it's got all of the confidence and the skills to take all of those skills. But I'm wondering whether or not it'll be possible against Almighty.
I don't know. Anything is possible. And I'm pretty sure we're hyped. Everyone is hyped. Everyone in the comment section is hyped. And speaking of the comment section, we're finally going to be showing you guys 4, not 3 fan comments, and this is what we've been waiting for this whole time. This is my favorite segment of the day, just because we get to see you guys. We get to read your comments, and the first one is going to be coming up in a little bit. We're going to be showing it here at the very bottom of your screens, and we are going to be reading this one. Beef Mommy. Oh, that's me. Wait, hold on. Wait a second.
Read it yourself. Go, read.
We love you, Sony. Please sponsor us. This is not scripted, by the way. I really just have it beside me.
Sony, I don't know what you do. Please give the girl something, man. Just give the girl something, all right? Just give the girl something. Bring it on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Second comment of the day, Sony. If you give her something, don't forget your man as well, right? The Mustachio AJ Solid Casting latest shout out Incendio. If I do something, it will make me drool. Incendio, you most definitely are gonna get fire, man. The type of a shoutcaster that I used to be 1 year ago when I started casting in September versus where I am now is all because of you guys, people like you, Incendio, who have been able to bring in those fire matches and keep me at the top of my game, and the community as well. Your love, guys, absolutely crazy. You guys want fire at the finals? We'll bring fire at the finals. Let's bring on the third comment, Beef.
Yes, and here we go. Omar, Call of Duty Mobile. Please, AMT, give chance to other teams. You win enough times. See, we keep seeing this. It's probably the third comment that actually just wants Almighty to drop down just because they're just that good. There's a reason why everyone wants to see them fail. It's because you're just that good of a team that people want to see you down. But no, there's nothing but up. Honestly, if you think Almighty's doing good, they can do even better. They want to get that slot for Garena to really represent the region, not only for Garena, but for also Singapore, for the brand in the World Championships.
Here, I am quite good at reading people's minds, and I can almost figure out what's the response from Almighty. It's right here. Come get it, la bro. No problem whatsoever. It's all for the taking. It's not for us to give. It is for you guys to take. And Gaijin Rogue is here to take it all. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's bring on the final comment of the day. Thank you so much, by the way, guys. Amazing comments coming through. Kevin Edric Mustachio, can I get a oh yeah? Let's go, boy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the best competition that I have seen so far within the Singapore community for Call of Duty Mobile, in terms of the talent quality, in terms of the community lighting it up in the comment section. You guys are abso-freaking-lutely amazing, man. We won't be able to do this just with the players. We won't be able to just do this with casters like myself as well as Beef Mommy. We won't be able to do any of this without you guys.
Most definitely. You guys are the most solid bunch of people that we've actually casted for. Not only that, this game is absolutely amazing. Everything about the Call of Duty franchise, the COD community, like what we really like to say, the teams, the production, everything falls into place in this ecosystem where we really just like to thrive. A lot of these other games are going to be great as well, but then Call of Duty just really has this special thing in my heart. And especially, we're going to be going up against probably one of the best things that we've been waiting for 2 years now. The World Championships is upon us. Everyone else in the different countries, in the different regions are going to be coming together, and we are going to be part of esports history.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, after all that, all we can say is we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the grand finals of the Singapore Championship for Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Is it going to just be a one-round showdown, or is it going to be a two-series rendezvous for the clutch of the title? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, after a quick short break, we will find out.
It's just a state of flux. Too much but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright. Thought you'd build us up, mold us out of dust and save the world that way. Hoped it was enough to justify the loss of every choice you made. I know you thought you gave it up, poured it into us and out of your reserves. And now you're looking back thinking losing what you had was never worth this hurt. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, whoa, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change. So close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright this time, this time. Looking to yourself like you're someone else that you don't have to love. Picking at the wounds, looking for the proof to justify the cause. Feels like everything is past, slipped out of your hands like it was never there. But look at what you made. In the darkest place I will be standing there. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, whoa, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change. So close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine. I know you'll be alright this time, this time. time. I know that you aim fine. I know you'll be alright. It's just a state of change, so close yet far away. At the same time, I know that you aim fine. I know you'll be alright. This time, this time.
I said a lot of things that you never should say. Told the bitch one thing, stop drinking lemonade. I put that juice in my cup, sauce on everything. You know what's up, I boss everything. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright.
She say, wait, sweet like a lolly. Say, wet like a wave. Me, my nigga brother. Say, her thing is proper. She like to pull up and drop it. And when she jump on it, she do it faster like Sonic. That's just so good, man, I don't wanna stop it. So when man, I call it quick. You know she down, right, on it. Your bitch, she want it, cause I got it poppin'. She no, stop it. We go, on it, no. I might give her something, no. I might give her something.
She call me hot stuff, Baker. I took her out west like Laker. Had to put the flow on major. The key got Cali going crazy. The sea got things all wavy. You see me at the river with your lady. Now we eating ice with the brunch. Man, I got the sauce, got the gravy. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright.
I need more honey, be well, than a jet ski. Hit legendary, well, than a dream. Yeah, jeez, Gucci legendary. I need better be well, than a jet ski. My head looks like Angela, like Pamela. Make it the camera. I'm that BBW handler. I run the game like a manager. I tell these Akis I don't play though. Need it done when I say so. I'm the one in my shit fuego. I don't play, cause if I see something I like, I get digits on sight. Hey, rock that booty on night. Hey, day like Sprite. Hey, it's devastated I left, cause I know what she like, She know what's next. Yeah, keep that on ice. Hey.
Call me hot stuff, Baker. I took her out west like Laker. Had to put the flow on major. The key got Cali going crazy. The sea got things all wavy. You see me at the river with your lady. Now we eating ice with the brunch. Man, I got the sauce, got the gravy. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's alright, I'm saying it's alright.
I need more honey, be well, than a jet ski. Hit legendary, well, than a dream. Yeah, jeez, Gucci legendary. I need better be well, than a jet ski.
They talking about me cause they never been relevant. Haters will copy, but I'm never done stunting trick. Watch when I walk into a room, it get flipped. And since we talking about my girl, I drop a couple of hits. My daddy Laramie, granny my grandma Reek. Gon' mix that west side with that south to get that cocky heat. I'm country fat that like my money blue and loud strong. Do not care what you do, where you been or who you know. I go for mine, don't waste no time, and I ain't never stopping. I got moves to make and I'm bad. flying favor, so serious on my paper. I look good in that grind, Come for mine, why you trying, I look good, and I grind, Come for mine, why you trying, Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game, show you got drive in that flavor. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your paper. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game, show you got drive in that flavor. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your paper. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. Bad little bunny getting money, it's a competition. Steph Curry up the back.
So off in the attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
Grenade.
And again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my lovely, lovely COD community. This is the grand finals of the SG Championship for Call of Duty Mobile, brought to you by the one and only Sony with their Sony Xperia 1 Mark III as the official mobile phone for the Singapore Championship. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with the amazing Beef Mommy to bring you all of the hottest action, and also hot Gaijin Rogue has been so far.
My goodness, Gaijin Rogue has absolutely been massacring every single person that comes in their way. Every single team just drops like flies. Gaijin Rogue, my gosh. Got rid of Impunity. Got rid of Cloud Esat just like that with a sweep. And now they are going to be going up against the Giants. That is the Almighty Squad. They are ready. They've been in the comment section commenting. They are confident that they will finish this game in Grand Finals 1.
Yeah.
Match done.
Yeah.
Gaijin will have the responsibility. They will have the pressure to actually beat Almighty once and do it all over again in our Grand Finals match number 2. I personally want to see that happen.
My palms are sweaty and I am not playing. My heart is beating fast and I am not playing. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's bring on the graphics to make this as official as it can be, because this, once again, is your grand final match number 3. Almighty will be taken on for the first time in hell. I'm going to be hyping up a squad as much as them who take them on within Singapore itself. Gaijin Rogue, who have had the most tremendous of of days at the lower brackets and now have come face to face with the gods of Call of Duty Mobile for Singapore themselves. Will it just be this one series, or do we get to see match number 4? It's all in the hands of Gaijin Rogue.
I'm getting goosebumps just seeing this particular graphic, just because we already knew Almighty was gonna be there. And speaking of Almighty, shut up, Ian, Incendio, Alep, Irfan, Jay, and Heaven. These boys have had it down. Tournament after tournament, always bring it down. The best team, without a doubt, here in the Singaporean region. They are going to be having a great time here. They're gonna give the lessons, like what you said a while ago, right? They are the teacher in the school, and you can see that Gaijin Rogue is going to be the classmates that's gonna be learning from the teachers in Gaijin Rogue. That's why I keep saying that I am gonna be having goosebumps, just because they come such a long way in this competition, climbed into that lower bracket, beating out two teams, two very powerful teams, may I add, and having that Flash, Castle Mythil, Mickey, and Glowy for their team here, AJ.
Now, I wonder how the students will do in this classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Glowy looking to make sure her squad shines as bright. But this time around, it cannot just be down to 1 or 2 players. It needs to be a full-on squad play. Let's bring on those numbers on a piece of paper. Help me break this down, analyst.
Okay, so head-to-head, this does not really look good for the side of Gaijin, just because you can see that the average kills for the side of Shut Up Almighty, yeah, you already know he's gonna deliver. Glowy, on the other hand, it is no surprise that we are to be seeing this particular player with average kills of 19. Shut Up, though, has more. He has a lot more with an average of 23 kills. Average deaths, though, a little bit on the equal side, 14 for Shut Up and 13 for Glowy. The assists, on the other hand, just going to be a little bit more for the side of Shut Up with 6.7 compared to 5.3. Now, this is where it makes a difference. The average score for Shut Up is going to be 400 more compared to Glowy. 3,465.7 against 3,085.1. That is a really big difference, and probably one of the biggest differences that we've seen in this competition when it comes to the head-to-head.
I usually say these are just numbers on piece of paper. Now, let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the first time, it's somewhat a comparison that you can take seriously, because Shut Up, together with Almighty, have had way lesser matches, and even with lesser opportunities, they still shine brighter than the amazing Gaijin Rogue. Let's see exactly who Lady Luck will favor in the map we chose. And Gaijin Rogue will win the coin toss yet again. Could this be a sign from the universe?
Third time's the charm, I guess, for the side of Gaijin. It just seems to be like luck will be on their side, but we keep saying it's all what would you do with that luck in your hands. Gaijin seems to be like, yes, luck is going to be on their side, but there's only so much luck can do in this tournament, in this game mode, especially if you're going to be going up against Almighty. Okay, let's break down all of these maps right now. We have hardpoint matchup number 1. Standoff, you already know they're going to be very confident in this map. Standoff seem to be like their particular very comfortable map. They won 3 search and destroys as well. No, actually, honestly, it's going to be really good for them. Search and destroy for Almighty as well. Crossfire. This is going to be very scary for them to actually go and play at, just because you already know the double sniper for Shut Up and also Heaven is going to be coming into play.
Okay, this needs to be a detailed breakdown, right? The map bans from Gaijin Rogue here, absolute perfection. Why? Because they want to force the play of takeoff. They want to make sure the map that they are most, of course, certain that Almighty has not gone in grinding for. At least it's a very, very smart assumption, a very great educated guess there. They would have grinded many hours trying to perfect this, and just by the way they've gone in for the selection of takeoff so many times now, we will be able to assume that the removal of that firing range was mainly for this. Now, Almighty, although they are we can say, although we might think they might not be super comfortable on takeoff, they instead remove range They've already seen Gaijin Rogue go in, and maybe they don't want to participate in a couple of those rounds because they know Gaijin will have the upper hand. Standoff is just plain straightforward. Almighty, this is Almighty's map before they got hooked on to Hackney Yard, right? Crossfire, you pointed it out, spot on, Beef. The fact of the matter is, Gaijin Rogue so great on this map, so elusive. I don't know how they're going to do it against the Senpais, because it just needs to be the combo of Shut Up as well as Heaven. And that is just all the way slay, right? Once again, Gaijin Rogue with Takeoff. We look forward to seeing them dominate as the brand that is making a great educated guess. Let's bring on the player cams whilst we continue breaking this down, because, you know, this is going to take a while. Hackney Yard, pulled in by Almighty, is just going to be that match that guarantees victory for themselves. They have been grinding on Hackney Yard ever since Udo RSG showed them that, hey, this is our playground. And they are already anticipating that matchup against the likes of Udo RSG. They were focusing on this so much, and this might just go into game number 4 where Almighty just ends it. And if it goes into Summit, I don't know, because as far as those maps count from then on, it's just a matter of mechanical gameplay, because we've seen perfection at Summit from both of these squads for Search and Destroy.
Absolutely. Search and Destroy for both of these teams are going to be absolutely key. And for the side of Gaijin Rogue, they only have a 75% win rate, which is, yes, it is very impressive. And the only time that they actually lost S&D was actually Almighty. So it's gonna be a replay. It's going to be, honestly, what they want to do. They want to beat these guys just because they were 3-0'd the last time. Almighty, honestly, when I was making that Excel sheet that AJ was talking about a while ago, it was so easy to add the numbers for Almighty, because everything was 100% win rate. 100% win rates for the maps, the records, hardpoint, S&D domination, 100%. But it's up to Gaijin Road to really put that mark on that really nice, clean sheet of paper.
Can they do it? Can they do it? I am pumped up. I cannot wait to see the action that is about to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we kind of, you know, asked the question, hey, And these were all said on day number 1. This was all said on day 1 when we saw them in action for the very first time on the screen. And I was like thinking, it'll be great to see Gaijin Rogue take this fight up against the side of Almighty, because there's something special, there's something crazy. The dominance that we usually see from the players of the Philippines is in Gaijin Rogue. The play style so similar, and it's very clear they have been doing their homework and they have been looking at one of the most dominant regions within Call of Duty Mobile for all of those lessons to learn from. Almighty might be a little salty, but let's see if or not Almighty will be able to prove that if you wanted to learn, you should have learned from us.
Speaking of learning from us, Incendio with a big kill, just getting rid of someone over there all the way to Gas Station. Gas Station is going to be an essential point later on. Not quite sure why the push was already there early, and it's not going to be able to pull through. Very early takeover by the side of Almighty without any surprises over here, just because they've been winning all these engagements. And the push right now from the side of Gaijin is going to be a little bit questionable, because they're just a little bit spread out. Not quite sure why they actually went into that backyard area, just because you're not going to be able to go and get that first hard point.
You want to know why, Beef? I've already broken it down for everyone to hear. These are the students and Almighty, the headmasters. When students step into the office of the headmaster, they shake, they shiver. And that's exactly what's happening to Gaijin Rogue. Oh, those little fingers getting numb, so cold. Finally able to pick some points up, but all they are just scraps. Almighty moving on to the warehouse to set up a stellar defense, and all of the students keep climbing back in to show these old farts that the new blood is in to take over. Let's see exactly what the headmasters have to say for that.
Shut Up was absolutely crazy in the back alley, getting rid of 3 players already, just stopping the push that they really wanted to get. They can't even touch it. It's 71-2. I think it's already at this point where it might be game over for them, but there's still a lot of things that can happen. Gaijin can actually go and surprise us, as we can see here. The infiltration is going to be coming through. Big kills right now for the side of Flash, and really going in there for the contest, but as the only one person left here for his team, that is going to be very hard, but he's going to be making really big kills. The pinch comes along, but sadly, he does get taken out.
Very, very sad indeed. 88-2. Although the contest is most definitely there, it has only been Almighty with the points. And now, rotation for the third hard point. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, leaving scraps for the students to pick up. Whilst Gaijin Rogue look at the past, it is the Almighty looking towards the future. They step in, they clear out. But Gaijin Rogue, this is the students finally rising up to the challenge. Predator missile comes back through. Irfan J 3-piece, and he says, "Get the hell out of here. We are the Almighty."
To add insult to injury, you see Equalizer and Death Machine kills right now for the side of Almighty, and it's all Almighty in the kill feed. You cannot see one kill right now, and it's honestly after that, after probably 10 kills, we see one Gaijin name, and it's just going to be too powerful. The students are here to learn. 111-10, and this is what we like to see for the side of Almighty. It's just absolute dominance, and the scrap points are going to be given to Gaijin, just like a bunch of pets. We can already see the owners are to be going into the bakery already early on.
Oh, let's see exactly what they'll go ahead to do, because the Almighty, they've chosen to give away the house, moving into bakery early on to bake that bread. And now, when the headmaster starts the lessons to cook, you most definitely know you have to pay attention, because without food, there is no sustenance. And here comes that sentry just to slay each and every one of the students that step up front. Because, hey, although you want to learn to bake this bread, you got to go through those challenges first to learn to slice and dice. And at the moment, there's no slicing, there's no dicing. You want to step up to the hot plate? Let us burn each and every single one of you. 132-34. Almighty still blazing it up. And this is just hard point number 4. Can we see a closer? Can we see an absolute decimation of Gaijin Rogue? No, they stand up and they push back. They have the bakery, but for how long? Almighty, 7 points to close game number 1 off.
Almighty couldn't close it over there as the full push really ensues for the side of Gaijin. They're trying so hard to go into grannies as well. The hotel courtyard is going to be a point of contention. They can absolutely win it there. And we can see the scrap points are going to be taken one by one, but then the setup needs to ensue. The defense need to be solid, or else there's going to be 7 points left for Almighty to actually go in and close this. But then the Predator missiles, the cluster strikes, the operator skills are going to be going down for sure, since this is such an open hard point.
Open hard point, it can be closed, it can be served up on a silver platter. Gaijin Rogue couldn't do jack, and Almighty made goddamn sure of that. Unfortunately, Gaijin Rogue, the headmasters look like they are serious, and you will only be able to push this into match number 4 if they allow you to. What a dominant...
There's no question.
How do we even begin?
Okay, I know where to begin. You know, a while ago when we said against Cloud Esat, I kept saying, if Gaijin keeps doing what they're doing and just keeps stacking that defense without even having any slayers, if they pull that same rotation into Almighty, that is not going to work out. If you saw the plays of Almighty, especially in that bakery, everyone else, there's only 2 people as OBJs in bakery. Everyone else was outside. And that is why Almighty is so great. They know their roles, they're confident in them, and they just slay and slay. No one could even touch it. No one can even go inside unless they allow them to on purpose.
Yeah. One simple way to break that down was the fact that mechanical ability of Almighty, God level. That's why I keep saying they are the gods of Call of Duty Mobile. And as far as Singapore is concerned, they have been dominating it since the birth of Call of Duty Mobile. One upstart, Gaijin Rogue, who has been consistently working their way up to earn this opportunity, will unfortunately find out that the challenge before them is nowhere near what they initially thought it was. Gaijin Rogue has been so impressive, but that match just made them look like absolute nothing. And here's what makes me so happy, because I know Gaijin Rogue is absolutely furious right now, and they will be stepping it up. I look forward to seeing that, but I hope and pray they do not make any mistakes at all.
Speaking of mistakes, Crossfire is the map to make a lot of mistakes. Hardest maps to actually go and master, and for some reason Garena actually just has it down. We really like to master Crossfire, not just in hardpoint and domination, but in search and destroy as well. We are really scary in this map. I've casted a lot of other regions as well, and everyone does not close to how well Garena does it here in Crossfire Search and Destroy. Almighty, every time I think of Crossfire, for some reason I think of number 1 Omega, I think of number 2 Almighty. These two teams always just battle it out, right, AJ?
Yeah, absolutely correct. And and that's the exact reason why Garena will always have the mustachio, because the dominant players, the dominant brands are always here, and we will be able to go out there and stomp that dominance continuously as well. All of these players have been proving exactly that, increasing the quality month after month after month, no matter how the meta changes, no matter how the game goes everything up into shambles for them, they still rise above it all. And Almighty, they have been doing it from day one, and nobody in Singapore, absolutely nobody, has come close to putting them out of action. Gaijin Rogue, I really believed they could, but in match number 1, it was such a huge change as to how they actually looked in these matches. Opportunity beef and a beautiful opener. Shut up, Incendio! Let's go!
Oh no! Just because it's such an early exit from Gaijin, 3 people already down. This is not how you want to start it, and Almighty just wants to finish it quick and easy. The scores that they're going to be having after this, they're probably going to want to take this into a 6-1. By the way, quick info for you guys. For every single Almighty S&D in this tournament so far, the Singaporean qualifiers, 6-1 across the board. Every single search and destroy is 6-1. So Mythal tries to go in for the take, but doesn't quite get it. Oh, man.
All friggin' mighty. This is just the first hurdle for them to step over before they move on to test their might, to test the new version of this squad against Malaysia, against the Philippines, against Indonesia. The list goes on and on and on. The next target, Garena. They are not wasting time in Singapore, but Lowy tells them to slow down your pace. 4-4. This action just heated up. The bomb's already at the site. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the plant is going to be coming through at the bus station, which means pressure is on. And Gaijin now needs to respond. 40 seconds to take it back from their headmasters.
There needs to be a sniper over there in Butcher just because he needs to go in for the wall bang just in case. Glowy had an absolutely amazing opportunity to actually go and get one person, but Incendio is going to be a little bit too quick, especially with the Fennec. And just like that, Aleb just finishes the job. A really quick 2-0 here for the side of Almighty. And this is the problem that I see with Gaijin, especially in this particular map. They don't know where to go. We saw Flash and just go in there for the aggression, knowing very well that someone was going to be up in that broken wall. And sadly for him, Glowy's entry frag didn't really matter because everything was just evened up.
I love the tango that we see here. Gaijin Rogue moving in ever so slowly into Butchers. One player making the very, very careless push. What in the world was Mittil thinking? Moving right in front of 3 players off the side of Almighty, making sure that the handicap is true. This is absolutely careless, but Gaijin Rogue, high risk, high reward. I like seeing the change that they're bringing into these rounds. That is going to be Mickey in action. Shut Up gets taken down. Everything is all equal back up. Castle drops Irfan Jane. Shut Up goes down as well. This is the side of Gaijin Rogue playing the comeback. Heaven pulls out the katana, waiting for Flash. The Shorty gets the slice, and Heaven will be able to shine through. Looks for another player, pulls the sniper out, but unfortunately for him, the Fennec to the back, and the defusal comes through. Gaijin pulls one back.
Just when we thought that Gaijin was going to falter in that particular round, just because we saw one aggressive push with just one player, Mythal really just went down early on, but it doesn't matter. Everyone else actually can do it without him. And this is what I really like to see for Gaijin Rogue. They can be really good individually, and as a team, all you need is honestly just that cherry on top. Casso is going to be making a lot of big plays here just because he is going to be that sniper, though. You need to be really, really careful. One person, Mythal, yet again, pushing so far, but not making the same mistake as yesterday.
Oh, what a nade! What a nade! What a nade! But unfortunately, Mithil doesn't get taken down. But anticipation from Insandio, the headmaster. You can't hide. You can't run. Come here, boy. I gotta slay Insandio with the absolute IQ gameplay.
Insandio is gonna be absolutely great in that angle, which is patient through that grenade and eventually getting the spot. And yes, he didn't get that kill from the grenade, but he just waited because he knew someone was there. Castle is gonna be in a really cheeky spot though. He's gonna be having to have that angle. He can actually get a kill. Flash as well might overpush, but someone is going to be right in that corner and it's going to be shut up.
Yeah, the bomb's not planted just yet. Almighty really respecting the side of Gaijin, but as they respect them, they also were looking for those frags. Shut Up gets taken down, but Heaven just eliminating Flash in the nick of time to make sure the numbers still stay on their side. The bus station plan does not come through once again. This is the headmasters showing the students so much more respect than any of the other squads have gotten in here thus far. Almighty, the plant finally coming through from Insandio. Let's see what happens.
You're actually right. Like, Almighty's actually treating Gaijin like an actual opponent and not just a plaything. That's going to be such an amazing thing, but Heaven is going to be showing Castle who's boss and who's going to be the best sniper over here, but Chloe is going to have such a hard time as Heaven finishes the job. I mean, like, what you keep saying is that, yes, Almighty is going to be treating Gaijin with respect, but Gaijin just needs to earn that already here, and they're just struggling so far.
What you talking about? Of course they've earned it. They've earned a shit ton of respect so far. I am absolutely blown away by Gaijin, but the Almighty, just a different breed of squad all together. Gaijin Rogue, who have been so impressive in Singapore, not just at the opening day, not just at the lower brackets, all through to the final series that we watched before this to qualify for the grand finals. So impressive. And Almighty giving them that respect, and the numbers that turn in the way of Gaijin Rogue is exactly why that respect ought to be given. Almighty cannot take this lightly. Irfan J looking for those frags, and the Fennec will not be able to pop off. Mickey has the exact same thing as well, and this is what happens when you think the young ones, when all of these students cannot rise up. Insandio still try to shut them down. Can this insane play come through? It's a 2 versus 1 situation, Beef.
It's still very doable right now for Insandio to go in for the clutch, but then Mythil is going to be a little bit too quick with a Fennec and a 2-3. This is the first time, and I'm so proud to say this, is the first time Gaijin Rogue or a team has had one more round win against Almighty. Like what we said, it's always a 6-1. Only one in their opponents, and they're able to get another one. And they're honestly, they can get another and keep getting another to the point where they might be able to actually get Search and Destroy. They're actually learning. They're learning from every single one, and Flash with the opener.
This is why I say they most definitely have won my respect. They most definitely have won the respect from all of CODMunity. This is the squad of Glowy, Mickey, Kaso, Mythil, as well as Flash. You best not forget those names, because they'll continuously go in for the slices. Mythil catches Irfan J from the back, and this is the 4 versus 2. Almighty once again on the back foot. They have to play catch up. Glowy gets spotted, Heaven with a heavenly slice onto the DLQ, and let's see exactly what they will go ahead to do. The bomb can now be picked once again right up, but we have got Insandio guarding it. This is absolute insanity.
Insanity. And even though that the numbers advantage are going to be for the side of Gaijin, just like that, Heaven can bring everyone down from Heaven to the ground and falter just like that. A 3-piece for Heaven already, bringing it into a 1v2 situation. Oh no. Come on. Yep. That was great.
Almighty, you can try and you can hustle, but when the headmasters step in, everybody sit down and stay silent. Let's see exactly what the Rogue students will be able to pull through in here. The Gaijin brand have most definitely been known once to challenge the absolute norm, and Almighty might just end up being the absolute norm of Singapore that they want to challenge and change. Flash stepping in with the Fennec, but unfortunately, even Flash flash, lightning speed, the speed of light cannot function better than heaven snipes.
It's because it's just raining bullets up in heaven and you can't even see him. You can't even know the angles that heaven has already in this map. That's why they love this, just because there's so many cheeky spots. And even though they're going to be down a lot of those people, they eventually slice it up in heaven. Finishes the job, and it is match point right now, AJ. 5-2.
This is absolute domination. You stomp the ground, you stomp your opponents, you don't give them any chance ever to rise back up, and the Almighty looking to do exactly that. 2 games back to back. Let's see exactly how good the students are. Gaijin Rogue, you are right. They have been learning. They've been learning all through this journey. But this is not the time to learn. This is the time to perform. But unfortunately, it is the headmasters that they go up against, and knowledge just runs deep. Alip slicing down onto Flash. It's a 5 versus 4 situation. Make that 4 all. 5-2. Almighty's opportunity to close this off.
But then, no, with the Karambit slice, Alip should not have won that. Oh, that was very unfortunate. And Mythil, again, with the over-aggression. I'm not quite sure why they keep going in for A, knowing very well there's going to be Alep over there. That was very unfortunate to see. And you can see that they're going to be split up. 2 in B, 1 in A. And it's not going to be a situation where you want to be, just because Almighty is going to be having that man advantage. Kaso being a little bit too aggressive with the sniper.
Yeah, beautiful anticipation, but unfortunately for Kaso, the headmasters are the ones who came up with that gameplay in the first place. So the students not able to pull it off against them. Glowy trying to shine bright, but unfortunately for Irfan J, he can take his little baseball bat and go back home. Here comes Glowy to take that melee kill, but unfortunately Glowy learns the very hard way. Don't try the tricks that the headmaster taught you on them.
And the defusal is going to be coming down, and eventually the end of Search and Destroy. Game number 2 goes to none other than Almighty. And the reason why there's such a solemn atmosphere right now is the fact that we knew that Gaijin was trying. We knew that they were learning, but like what you said here, AJ, you can't just keep learning. You have to apply everything. And right now, they're at such different stages of their career. And now we can really see the experience pull through for the side of Almighty. A really dominating start. But again, we will give credit to Gaijin, of course, because they were able to pull 2 rounds for Almighty, something that no one in this tournament actually was able to do. So that's a good thing, but they need to restart everything all over again, just because domination is going to be coming up in their last chance to be able to pull through and become the champions of Singapore.
Absolutely. And by the way, as to how the headmasters have been looking so serious, can we get a hashtag headmasters in the comment section, ladies, German boys, girls? And when you throw in the hashtag, yeah, put it with an underscore and put the name of the player from Almighty that you think has been absolutely dominating. Throw in a comment as well as to why you think this player has been dominating. Which player from the Almighty squad is absolutely blowing your mind right now? Is it Incendio with all of his crazy plays? You know, there was that hype up, right, where the player, I'm not sure who, I believe it's Mythil. Mythil, round number 1, went straight in, rushed in against 3 players, died at bus station. Round number 2, goes in through dead end and hides, right, just behind the bomb site B. And what do we see happening here? It is Incendio, knowing exactly how to flush people out, throws a grenade, forces Mythil to panic. Mythil already panicked round 1. This was round number 2. And after Mythil thought that, okay, if I play this game, I'm going to catch them off guard. Incendio, he was just laughing throughout that whole match, thinking, no, son. This is how you play that strat. Oh, you guys are trying this? No. This is how we overtake you when you play that strat. And at the end of that game, the melees just started popping up because the headmasters came to understand that the students tried to skip one too many classes.
They skipped a lot. They honestly, the brilliance that we saw in those past Search and Destroys, sadly, we weren't able to see them pull through over here. Just because they kept on pushing. Individually, we kept seeing Flash, Glowy and Mythil push without even checking if anyone was going to be there. Like what you said, someone went up and honestly, there was 3 players of Almighty there just in the corner. They were just like, why is there someone pushing you? Just, you know what, just kill him, go kill him. And that's what happened. And a lot of the time, we saw Flash versus Alep. Yes, there were times that Alep actually lost a gunfight, but for some reason, it's just Flash kept on going and doing the same plays over again in the same areas where Alep was already, okay, you know what? Flash is going to be here. I'm going to be taking him down.
Yeah, shout out, man. Shout out to Almighty. Shout out to the squad that allows me to do what I do and have a hell lot of fun whilst doing it. Almighty's match is the one match where I barely ever need to break down. Almighty's match is that one match where all I can do is just have fun with the puns, have fun with the jokes, and just hype it up like crazy because there's just absolutely no challenge whatsoever right now. And that is in itself a challenge out to Gaijin. Can you start bringing up the level of play? I don't know whether it's possible because it's just been an absolute shutdown. But you know, moments like when Almighty face off NRX Jeremiah 2911 or you do RSG, those moments, those breakdowns, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are gonna be even crazier. Let's see if or not Gaijin Rogue, the one team, the one squad that has impressed us so much here at the final day of the Singapore Championship, will be able to make a reverse sweep and push us into match number 4.
This is where we can see brilliance for the side of Gaijin if they can actually be able to pull it off. Just because they've lost 2 matches, they have 1 more. This is not the end for them if they choose to. And this is going to be a really great positioning right now. Gaijin is going to be able to get rid of everyone in launch base, getting that 2F, and basically having that spawn control over for the side of Almighty. And still, not going to be a lot of things going on here. It's going to be honestly the fight right now for that 2F in launch base. And Irfan J seems to be like he's winning everything.
The day is way too young. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I need your help. I need your power in the comment section. I need you to give all of that strength to Gaijin Rogue to fight back, man. I want this to get pushed into match number 5. I want them to succeed. I want Almighty to fall and push us into series number 4 of the day. A double grand finals on the final day of the Singapore Championship. Gaijin Rogue deserves it. Almighty sure as hell deserve all of this highlight time for their reels. So let's go, Gaijin Rogue. Let's see your hashtags in the comment section. Bravo, almost getting picked up, but the shutdown will still remain through. This is just so hard to get a control of me.
Gaijin Rogue was able to actually stop that push from Charlie and really having that cleanup. Now, that was going to be very essential for them, knowing very well that, honestly, Almighty was going to be going for that ace split, the one that Gaijin Rogue always does. So you know what? It's not going to be that for them. They're going to be able to read that. But at the same time, Almighty also knows that they're going to be going for A, and that's why they're going to be heavily defending it as well. So it really is that fight for Bravo, or if they can even go in there for the cleanup and eventually go into that AC split. Once they do get that AC split, best believe you're going to be seeing players going and charging over all the way into that Bravo side. But you can see here, Almighty is just going to be fighting that contention into a power position here in 2F launch base.
After so long, after 2 matches, we finally see an equal battle between Gaijin Rogue as well as Almighty. The strats of takeoff being played to perfection. Why? Because of map vetoes. Because you play to your advantage. This is something that Gaijin has already anticipated. This is something that Gaijin wanted so badly. It was an educated guess that Almighty might not have mastered takeoff just yet because they are so fixated on seeing exactly what they could see in the past competitions. And that educated guess has gotten Gaijin up to 39-42. Almighty picking up Bravo shows them that it is not just about the strats, it's about those gun skills as well. If you want this fight, come, let's take that fight.
Shut Up was just so patient in waiting in that 2F, and the fact that he was able to kill 2 was so great. That was big kills for him. And this is where you see professionalism, and this is where you see why they are pros. You know they're patient. They are waiting for them to actually fall into that trap, and Shut Up is probably one of the most patient people that I've seen, and the smartest as well. But you can already see here, Bravo almost being taken right now from Gaijin.
Almost being taken over, and look at that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That sentry gun being placed right over Charlie for a triple cap. And as that sentry gun was placed on that point, it was absolutely nowhere in the hands of Almighty. This is just perfection coming out from the headmasters onto that 75-point mark so early on. Gaijin Rogue was given the opportunity, but they just did not take it. 49 to 75. This could just be the final of the grand finals.
The power positions was just always occupied for the side of Almighty. It's 2F launch base, it's health center in that 2F as well. They're going to be having that verticality that we'd like to see here in takeoff. Not only that, they even also have 2F in lounge, and that's why we saw such an easy triple cap already. And now the AC is going to be obviously taken by both of these teams, but they need to make that extra effort. Gaijin needs to make that extra effort to actually go in there, move to Charlie, and you can see here the 4-man push heading on over into Charlie.
I need to point this out. Look at that beautiful play by Incendio. He clears out the herd first, whilst the rest of the team members from his almighty squad wait for his word. And the moment he gives them his assurance that it has been cleared, they move in one fell swoop to pick Bravo up. This is the prowess of Almighty. This is why they stand as the brand in Singapore. Bravo prevention will come through. Predator missiles getting dropped in as well by shutting up all of the players from Gaijin Rogue. 90 to 60, and all of a sudden they pale in comparison to the almighty brand of Singapore.
Gaijin Rogue was just a little bit too reluctant to actually go in for that Charlie push, and that really severely impaled them. They weren't able to utilize all of their score trees, and we even saw Glowy with a death machine. That could have been a really big assist for him, but then for some reason, their confidence is just really going low, and they can't push for a site with, with the confidence that they need to win all of those gunfights, and Almighty has the situation. They have everything down. They have everything perfect, and then this is the push that we need. Finally, that Charlie push right now coming in from the side of Glowy and Casso.
Yeah, the confidence that they need, and they're doing every single thing right. And in order to push through, Casso needs to be able to do way more than that. But against the death machine, he is absolutely nothing. Gaijin, 1-2-276. They need to hustle right back up. Incendio has had this death machine in his hands for so long now. This is absolute insane plays from this insane player from Singapore. Singapore, Lion City representing Incendio with Almighty going in for the perfect donut to be served up to Gaijin Rogue. Is this the perfect donut streak at the Singapore Championship? Almighty look to deliver, and that one final second where Charlie was about to get lost, and Incendio steps in, gets it done. 130 to 85. Gaijin Rogue. I feel bad.
Heaven just wrecked the play. They could have had that AC flag, that capture that they really needed to have, but no. There's always a shutdown. There's always a plan B, a plan C for the side of, God. Almighty is just godly right now with the way that they're playing every single time, and they were able to stop it. And a while ago, I actually want to talk about what happened. They tried to go for AC, and there was a sentry gun in that balcony over in Bravo, and it just basically stopped that Bravo push as well. And here we go. AJ, the win is going to be coming here.
Yep, Almighty gets the slice. What a way to pass the donut on. The grand finals of the Singapore Championship, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, has been won by Almighty. They had one extra life. They didn't even need to use it. How is that for gamer supremacy as the Almighty brand, Lion City representing the headmasters, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile Singapore? Almighty, once again, dominant.
And look at Incendio with a cheeky smile, saying to everyone, yes, we're going to be giving 3-0s all across the board, and this is the dominance that we expected to see here in this tournament. 3-0s, 100%, did not drop a single map, did not drop a single game, and just finished everything and made our life easier as shoutcasters to end the game so early. How considerate.
I am disappointed. What the hell, Almighty? We needed more, man. I needed more, man. I mean, so much more, man. But I understand, right? I understand exactly where Almighty is coming from, because they have something to prove. This is the qualifiers for the World Championship that they've got their eyes on. And the last time around, unfortunately for all of us, for the community around the world, we just didn't get to see that happen. But maybe they were just using their almighty divine powers to make sure, hey, since I couldn't qualify, this is round number 2. What a beautiful boon from the heavens that has been handed down to the squad almighty. But now this is just the first step in a very, 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 very long and arduous journey ahead of them.
Almighty really want this win. Just because last year, Daivo, formerly NRX, now called Omega, was able to take them out just like that. And they want it. They want it this year. They want to go to LA. They want to go into that LAN tournament. And we're going to be seeing it here. A lot of teams could have just faltered and faded away throughout the years.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of teams already that we've seen last year really dominate. But now you don't really get to see them. But they're going to be winning it little by little. Yes, they win Singapore now, but they have to win Garena later and eventually go through again league stages after league stages, group stages, and eventually best out of 5s, maybe even grand finals. With the way that they're playing now, it's very possible for them to actually achieve.
That's most definitely true, Beef. And here's the craziest thing. The whole day, I've been hyping up Gaijin Rogue because they have been just so perfect. Let's bring on the post-analysis of this match, which we will not break down any further. There was nothing to break down in that match. There was no strategy that we need to tell you exactly how perfect the team of Almighty were, because in game number 1, it was all about the mechanical ability. Now, we've seen Gaijin Rogue at standoff before. We've seen Gaijin Rogue know how to play the rotations at standoff before. This was just gunfights, pure Call of Duty Mobile skill gap chat.
The skill gap is just a little bit too high still. We keep saying, the skill gap may have closed in just a little bit in Singapore, but Almighty just put the roof a little bit too high and the expectations just a little bit too high that everyone couldn't even meet that expectation. Yes, Gaijin Rogue did so well in their particular match. Everyone else couldn't really pull through, but Gaijin is honestly in that middle, actually get into that level of Almighty. They've gone up against Impunity. They've gone up against Cloud, and they were able to go it in such a dominating fashion. And right now for Gaijin, I really want to break down what actually happened there in Takeoff, because they really tried to go in for the push. There was a one point in that matchup where they went in for that AC, got it. And then, you're not going to be having that for a long time, obviously. That's only going to be a distraction, but Almighty knew that. They set up a sentry gun in Bravo. That ended everything. That sentry gun on top of 2F Lounge just ended every single push that Gaijin actually had.
And this was the weakness of Gaijin for the first time that we have, never even thought of seeing. They didn't go in for the split. They didn't go in for the distraction at Charlie. They continuously pushed on to Bravo, although the sentry gun was there in anticipation that they might be able to take it out. But if you don't have, any of the heavy artillery on your side, that was just a losing battle, right? And once again, there's just no better way. Students most definitely have learned so much more from the headmasters, just as they thought they knew everything.
Everything was by the book. Everything was just great. And you know what? Now that we're talking about greatness, let's talk to the man himself, the man that brought greatness in this competition. The man himself, the insane Dio, the captain, the El Capitan of Almighty. We're going to be seeing him. We're going to be interviewing him in just a little bit. So let's bring him out for now. Hey, what's up, Insanio? Honestly, when you were in the comment section a while ago, I was like, okay, this man is up. This guy is just having fun. And honestly, you guys made such an amazing play. You guys had the sweep 100% for every single game, for every single map. And it's just crazy, the performance that you guys brought to us in this tournament.
Yeah. Everything just set it so easily for us.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Congratulations, Incendio. Congratulations to your whole squad. Dude, I've been so curious, and this is my opportunity to ask you all of these questions. I'm sorry, producers. You guys are going to give us so much of time to do this. The day has ended so early thanks to the Almighty. So I think we've got a lot of time for this interview. I hope you don't mind at all, Incendio. I want to break this down to 3 parts, right? duty to your family, man. Some say that games are an absolute waste of time. Now, being Asian, I was brought up to understand that if I was not a doctor, lawyer, or engineer, I'm a failure. Have you encountered a similar situation like this? Yes or no? And if you did, how did you overcome it?
Overcome it by, I mean, okay, I did personally have all these, like, people will judge you like, oh, you're a gamer, are you gonna earn money like this and stuff?
Yeah.
But you just have to prove them wrong, I guess. Yeah.
And most
go on the global stage
definitely
and prove them wrong.
1,000 Sing dollars by playing a mobile game. I think that's most definitely proving them wrong. Well, good on you, Beef Mommy. You got a question for our incendiary?
Yeah, most definitely. You guys have been in the scene for so long. What makes Almighty such a solid group of players without having to shuffle around all of your players? Just because you've been solid for all of these years, been always consistent. What is kind of the secret formula to actually keep the team solid, not just with playing the game in COD, but being a family?
Like, as a team, you guys need to solve your problems together. So every team will face every issue. So I have friends coming to me asking, like, if our team have arguments, what are we gonna do? So I will advise them, you need to, like what Beef Mommy say, a family, you need to build the what do you call that?
The trust around the family members itself. Yeah.
The trust, the chemistry and everything, the communication. Yeah, that's the key.
Absolutely, man. Love it. Talk to me about your team regimen. What do your training sessions look like and how often do you guys have this? Is it together as a group or is it just individual grinding and then just once a week where you guys gather up? How does it look like?
Honestly, we don't really play rank together much. We just stream almost every day for 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, so every training is very crucial for us because we all have our full-time job. And so we need to juggle between game and work. So every training is very important, and we will make use of every opportunity to practice and improve.
And these once again ranked. Of course, you guys go individual, but you have your scrims every day for 2 hours.
Almost every day, provided everyone is free.
As insane for Incendio, because as a guy who creates content, goes out there and does other stuff, it is not easy to consistently put aside 2 hours just to practice. Not 2 hours to go out there and make content, because you are a content creator as well. If you guys don't know, ladies, German boys and girls, make sure you guys go and give these guys some love. I know Irfan streams as well. Incendio most definitely is crushing it on Facebook Gaming at the moment. And through all of that, you can still put aside that time to go in and practice. Absolute respect, man. Beef, do you have one before I go on to the next?
Okay, it's not a question, more like, Incendio, sorry I wasn't able to really hype up your ace. I know you've been looking for that, but I'm gonna hype it right now. That was such an amazing thing to pull through. I wasn't able to really catch it just because so many things was happening. And again, you guys had such a dominating run here in the Singapores. How are you guys getting ready for the Garena qualifiers? Knowing very well you're gonna be going up against such big names, and I know you guys want to beat every single one that was able to beat you guys last year.
So basically, just the same, just keep grinding, practicing, and improving. Never stop improving.
Amen.
Now, here's the thing, Incendio. I don't want to keep you for long. I know I've taken up a lot of your time. Thank you so much. I know you want to go back and celebrate with your squad after a beautiful victory. But here's the thing that, I've wondered about for so long. You've touched a little bit about how you've got your full-time job, how you've got, the time that you put aside for your scrims as well. But what about the duty to your country, man? From what I understand, national service is mandatory for all male Singapore citizens. And then after that, you also go back for something called the reservist training, which would most definitely disrupt your team regimen. Has your team faced something like this before? If you have, how have you overcome that? Because we're talking about time here, and if the pro squads don't have time together to go in for these scrims and all, it's most definitely a loss. And this is something that not a lot of the other players from the other nations face.
Luckily for my team, so far we haven't faced that yet. But in upcoming years, I believe about there, we will be facing such issues. So we'll leave that question when we face that issue.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Thank you so much for your time, Incendio. Once again, ladies, German boys and girls, the almighty champions and the one and only Incendio in here with us. Thank you so much, bro. You go ahead and please pass on our love to all of your other squad.
What an amazing captain and what an amazing team. You already know they're here to grind. And honestly, he brought up such an important thing, and you as well, AJ, is the fact that everyone else has their own thing going on. Gaming has been such an integral part of every single person's life here, especially for everyone watching, that it's going to be an interesting time of our lives where gaming is actually going to be considered as an actual job. Everyone here, the production, even the casters, I never would have thought that I would be casting as a career, as my primary source of income. But this is where we stand. Even these players, they're going to be grinding because of that prize pool. Is going to be so important for them. Every single hour, every minute that they're grinding is going to be worth it for the point that they actually get the win. And this is where they're at. Almighty is a true testament to that fact. All of the top teams are a true testament to that. And especially going into the World Finals, it's going to be such an amazing moment.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Beef Mommy and I are very, very, very happy to have brought you all of the action from Garena Call of Duty Mobile's Singapore Championship in partnership, of course, with our amazing sponsors, Sony and their Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, the official mobile for the Singapore Championship. I have not gotten word whether or not the show is about to end, Beef. So what else can we talk about?
There's still so many things to talk about just because it's going to be Worlds. The World Championships are going to be against us because Garena is going to be a little bit on the later end of the qualifiers when everyone is already going into stage 4. We're just about to start stage 3. Well, it's because we're always late to the party. We're the cool ones, you know? You're always going to be that 1 minute late. You got to be fashionably late. And it's always eyes on Garena. Every time I actually hear a conversation online, it's always, global versus Garena. Yeah, global is huge. And yes, we're going to be such sweaty players over here in Garena. So it's going to be interesting how all of these players finally coming together at the very end.
LAN party, LAN competition where everybody is in the same place at the very same time. Garena players will most definitely be looking to stomp their presence into that international scene, like they most definitely have been doing within the Garena scene itself. I most confidently believe, since I'm not as popular as Beef Mommy just yet, I'm not biased when I say Garena is better than the rest of the world, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because we have the most dominant squads of them all. And of those dominant squads, here is the MVP of that absolute obliteration of an amazing squad of Gaijin that we just saw.
And here we go, the MVP of Almighty. It's going to be Shut Up, and it's not going to be surprising that it's going to be this man over here. He's been stepping it up every single month, every single time. We've seen this player grow into the player that he is today. 24.5 average kills, 15 average deaths, 6.5 average assists, and with an average score of 3,455. He just gets better and better, AJ.
Hokage, shut up. Shutting up everyone since day one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile, Garena for Singapore, have once again proven their worth. They have been the dominant brand, and they will continue to be the dominant brand for a very, very long time on their own country's side. But when they step out there onto the battlefield to face off all of the best from Garena later on for the world qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that will be the true test. Let's take a quick look at the brackets once again, Beef. Break it down how things started off from day one and ended up on this glorious grand finals day.
It was such a fabulous start. It was really great. The energy was high. 8 teams all in all. We got Cloud, Esat, Code Red, Six Ducks, NATO, Almighty, Anything, Gaijin, Rogue, and Impunity. And they were able to really just bring it down into our upper bracket round 2, where we saw Cloud, Esat, and Almighty just take it down. But then again, you already know Almighty is going to be giving the donut every single time, where they were able to finally pull through into that upper bracket final, sitting very comfortably, just watching everyone from up in the heavens. But then we're going to be starting day number 2 with a round number 1. NATO and Impunity actually didn't really quite get that, especially they were up against Gaijin, Rogue, and Impunity. So Code Red and Anything, very, very early exit, but like what we said, it's going to be double elimination. So 4 teams had to say bye-bye yesterday, and we saw Gaijin, Rogue, and Impunity really just battle it out but unfortunately for Impunity, Gaijin Rogue was just a little bit too much. Eventually, this leads us to the story of today. Gaijin Rogue and Impunity just didn't really get to see that really quickly, and Cloud Esat as well was able to pull through, but not quite, as Gaijin Rogue really gave that 3-0 as well.
Yeah, unfortunate for Gaijin Rogue. We have to also acknowledge that they had to take 4 grueling back-to-back series, and at the very end of the series stood the biggest boss of them all, the Almighty, the Headmasters, where they learned how to play Call of Duty Mobile from. This is just an absolute stunning performance from the Gaijin family, but it's just unfortunate with the way things have ended. I wish to see more from them, Beef, and I wish to see them conquer all of the competitions that are before them. But for the time being, Singapore, the all of community within Singapore will be rallying behind their kings, Almighty.
Gaijin Rogue did such an amazing round, an amazing matchup, and like what you said, it's going to be that 4 matches back-to-back, really having to see the big boss himself. And it's probably the first time we heard for Gaijin Rogue, they were probably like, hey, why am I hearing boss music? And then Almighty just swept in with that 3-0. And speaking of the champions themselves, they have 10,000 Singaporean dollars. That is a lot of cash monies. But right below them, first runner up, Gaijin Rogue, that is 5,000 Singaporean dollars for you. That is a lot of money as well. Not as much as 10, but at least you don't come out empty-handed. So speaking of not coming out empty-handed, all these 4 plays that we saw here today, Impunity and Cloud Esat, is also going to be able to get some money. Cloud Esat with 3,000 and Impunity with 2,000 Singaporean dollars.
So kids, the next time your parents turn around and ask you, do playing games bring money? You say, hell yeah. Look at that, man. 10,000 Singapore dollars. And this is just the first step. This is just the very, very first tiny step to a long, long journey that the team, which has been just preparing for this moment over a year and a half. The Almighty Lion City representing Shut Up, Ian, Incendio, Alip, Irfan J, as well as Heaven. The one brand that never fails to deliver.
You see the money stacks behind you in this graphic? Yeah, that's pretty much them by the end of this tournament right now. Not only that, they get to brag to be the champions of Singapore. Not only did they give such a dominating performance, but then they're 10,000k richer than everyone else here. And you know what, like what you said, if gaming brings you money, you say hell yeah. I feel like someone should make that into a meme, please, because you said that in such a low tone, and if you see a child saying that with your voice, I would be absolutely terrified.
Well, one day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, maybe if you shout as much as me, you'll get my voice, right? Because this is just a voice of a guy who's just lost his throat. His throat has gone off on a holiday. Almighty has sent down their almighty lightning, thunderbolts and all to strike. But we are ready for more, yo. We are ready to hype this all the way through. I am disappointed. I wanted more. I wanted that to get pushed into match number 5. I wanted that to get pushed into grand finals number 2, match number 4 of the, series number 4 of the day, and go all out. But unfortunately, the Almighty, they didn't want to waste much time to show who that dominant brand is. Now, all of you have been waiting for something. 4 lucky people have gotten their comments picked here, Beef.
Ooh, and I'm excited to see who's going to be that first comment right below us. Please, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile, bring us the first comment. I have no idea how to read that. La ass to a wolf? Okay, Heaven barely practices for tournaments. They are literally built different. Yes, quite literally built different right now, Wolf. They've been practicing so much, but you don't know. How do you know that Heaven barely practices for tournaments? Maybe you just don't get to see that. The hard work is always going to be behind the scenes. On screen is just 20% of the effort of everyone else here, not just the casters, not just the production, not just the players. They always have 80% going down at the very back end.
Yeah, this could potentially be a personal friend of heaven. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, buddy. And I do agree with you, right? That's why I brought up those points as to national service and the time that they spend apart and how do they go in for their practices and all. Because I've known this for a while that the squad just doesn't really grind it all through because of exactly what Incendio said. They've all got full-time jobs that they need to go in and pay attention to, and then comes family. You guys know how it is. Then you want to go and invest all of that time into a mobile game. Whether or not that brings you somewhere, it takes a lot of conviction. That's exactly what Almighty is all about, man. Thank you so much, and you are most definitely correct. Almighty most definitely built different, just like the Xperia 1 Mark III. Oh, damn, that just came out of thin air.
Wow, speaking of thin air, it's light as air. But speaking of, let's move on to our next comment. So let's bring it all down because I'm excited to read this one, AJ. Come on, you go do it.
Oh, Gabriel, you are most definitely right. Gaijin damn strong, bro. But like Almighty is just on another level. You are most definitely right. They are the Almighty. They are in heaven, bro. They are different universe. Different, totally. 100%.
Different dimension lah. We're in the third dimension for some reason. They're on the 11th. They seem to know where everything's going on. They're seeing each and every play from up in the heavens. Okay, he's going to be going here, so we should go have that counter play. This is why Almighty is just so good, because they see every single angle and find a solution for it. So, thank you so much for that, Gabriel. Let's move on to our comment number 3. 13, because we are going to be having such an amazing time here. Quinn iOS. Oh no. No. You don't get to say that to the mustachio. Okay, how are we gonna call mustachio mustache, AJ?
I'll take my pinky, shove it into my mouth, stick it in your ear. One day, you wait, Kin iOS. I don't know whether you're in Malaysia or Singapore, but I will most definitely get my double dose first before I try to attempt that, okay? Because I don't want to die young. Let's bring on the fourth comment.
The joke's on you, mustachio. Your mustache is just clip-on.
Like your hair?
Like my pants?
Do not ever burn the mustachio if you don't want to get burned. I bring on the best fire. A little request for the mustachio, AJ Beef Mommy. Can we have a perfect high five at the end of this tournament?
Yes. I've been waiting for this moment. Let me just stretch
My
real
man.
quick. Let me just...
My man, Adnis Bunker. I saw one from the Red 7 squad, the Singaporean brand that wants to dominate Battle Royale for Call of Duty Mobile. I love you, bro, and thank you for the request. I know Beef has been waiting for this for quite a while. Let's just give it to her.
Thank you so
Take
much
it, Beef.
for taking this.
Take
Yes.
Look at the heavenly shine on my hand, man, on the palm. Even
my
the
God, I'm
heavenly
giving you the
gods,
light.
even the universe is so happy with this high five, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As happy as you will be if you get your hands on the Xperia 1 Mark III. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Beef Mommy. Thank you so much, Singapore. Thank you so much, world, for tuning in to the Singapore Championship for Garena Call of Duty Mobile. It has been lit.
It has been more than lit. It has been on fire. It has been obliterated into ashes just because of how great Almighty it has been. And speaking of Almighty, I feel like Almighty needs to get a hold of this amazing phone, the Xperia. Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, of just how light, how heavenly, how insane it is as a phone. Not only will it give you the best frame rates while you're playing Call of Duty Mobile, it will be a great phone for everyday usage as well, and have the best camera setup for sure, because it is a Sony.
Qualcomm Snapdragon, 186 grams, 4K HDR OLED, 120 gigahertz refresh rate. Mobile gaming, some of those terms, most of the time we only used to see with great graphic cards, PCs, gaming PCs, and now all of that in this tiny little device. Sony, you've come a freaking long way. Not buttering you guys up, don't worry. I don't need the sponsorship. One fine day, I will invest myself into getting a Sony cam as well. Because this stutter and jitter, I know, I understand. Okay, we'll get rich soon. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, Beef, for joining me and bringing all of the hottest action for these greatest of community. You guys take care. We'll catch you at the Malaysian Championship. Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the 2 spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player. And again.
They talking about me cause they never been relevant. Haters will copy, but I'm never done stunting trick. Watch when I walk into a room, it gets lit. And since we talking about my girl, I drop a couple of hits. My daddy Laramie, granny my grandma Reek. Gon' mix that west side with that south to get that cocky heat. I'm country fat that like my money blue and loud strong. Do not care what you do, where you been or who you know. I go for mine, don't waste no time, and I ain't never stopping. I got moves to make and I'm bad. I look good in that grind, and I grind. Come for mine, why you trying, I look good, and I grind. Come for mine, why you trying, Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game, show you got drive in that paper. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your paper. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game, show you got drive in that paper. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your paper. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. Bad little bunny getting money, it's a competition. Steph Curry up the backboard. I ain't worried about it, come up, chef certified star. Wanna win it, work for it. I'm the one they love, don't trip, I'm fucking amazing. I'm the one they love, don't trip, I'm fucking amazing. I just came home, now I'm back in the groove, gonna ride till the wheels fall off. Never get lost in the sauce, matter of fact, I stay getting mine like my legs blown off. Hot like Hades, it's amazing how much I'm gonna leave here for my babies. How could I ever lose my head? I'm on a path to exuberant checks, crossing the leg in the roving flows. Energy steadily hot to the ball, it's critical that all my girls get paid and they're good from now to the end of the day. I look good, and I grind, Go for mine, Why you try, Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game and show you dropping your flavor. Get it, girl, don't you lose all your paper. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game or you got dropping your flavor. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your favor. No.
where